1, 2, 3. Εντάξει.
Τεστ 1-2.
Να πάρουμε τις θέσεις μας παρακαλώ για να ξεκινήσουμε.
You are all kindly asked to take your seats so that we can start. Representative of His Reverence Metropolite of Thessaloniki Anthimos, ministers, MPs, mayors, deputy regional governors. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you and to thank you for being here with us on behalf of the Ministry of Interior Sector Macedonia and Thrace. Balkan Forum is an institution that follows the digital transformation and the revolution of the fourth industrial revolution. What is very important for this year's Balkan Forum is the contribution by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that we could have the greetings of the competent ministries of the Balkan countries. And I would like to thank all those countries that responded to this invitation. This Balkan Forum is having a very tight agenda where we have representatives of Balkan countries. It is a hybrid event, both with physical presence and digital, electronic, online participation. We have participation from the sectors of security, cybersecurity, governance, and so on. Thessaloniki is becoming a center of European transport policies, good practices on the issue of digital policies in the Balkan Peninsula. I would like to call to the floor Mr. Kalafatis, the Deputy Minister of Interior of Sector Macedonia and Thrace, to officially inaugurate this conference. Thank you very much. Deputy of Internal Affairs, dear colleagues from the Greek Parliament, Mayor of Thessaloniki, representative of the region, distinguished guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Thessaloniki. Welcome to the Balkan Forum on Digital Transformation, Networking, Collaborations and Convergences in the Balkans, organized by the sector of Macedonia and Thrace in the Ministry of Interior. We all know that the world has rapidly changed. It is changing its orientation gradually. Our world has become digital already. And this is the sphere where both the private and the public sector should align. In the last 2 years, our country has achieved and made leaps in the field of digital transformation. The public sector is in this sphere. The pandemic became a challenge and opportunity for the rapid digital transformation of public services. In gov.gr, that provides digital services, more than 1,370 digital services are provided. In just 1 year, by the end of 2021, we had 556 million digital transactions. This means that each Greek citizen used 56 times eGov portal. This means that all Greeks who want to have some public service use this portal. This rapid increase in digital transactions means that we have saved a great amount of money. We have also saved 1.2 million due to CO2 reduction, CO2 emissions reduction. And in 5 years' time, the total benefit will be 1.3 billion euros. Digital transformation is a great challenge both for the public and the private sector of each country. That was one of the main reasons why the sector of Macedonian Thrace in the Ministry for Interior decided to organize today here in Thessaloniki this Balkan Forum. However, it is self-evident that in these issues, regional cooperation is not only necessary, it is a necessary precondition in order to achieve a common goal. And our goal is to present the existing level of the technological ecosystem in the Balkans, to develop partnerships in order to improve it, in order to be led to a new digital era, all of us. Greece has set a specific policy in this field. Based on the report on digital economy indicator by the European Union in 2022, the Ministry for Digital Governance presented the Bible for Digital Governance 2025 to 2020-2025 that became a law this summer. And it includes digital skills, digital businesses, and integration of digital technology in all economy fields. Additionally, in October 2021, our country published its operational program 2021-2027 on digital transformation in the framework of EU digital policy. This will help it to implement all the accesses of its strategy on digital transformation. Additionally, Greece participates in a broad range of EU programs having to do with research and development, Horizon 2020. More than 200,000 SMEs are going to be supported by the digital transformation of SMEs program implemented in the framework of the National Recovery Program, Greece 2.0. 445 million euros is the total budget. Greece believes in the potential of EU. Greece wants our Balkan neighbors to move along the path that will lead them to European Union, to their integration. It believes that this is to their interest and this is their prospect. And Greece helps to their European course. We want to contribute to transferring EU best practices on digital transformation to Balkan countries. We want to have this transition we want to have a transition to a world that is going to be digital, and this transition has to do with all of us. The Greeks want to have close cooperation with all our neighbors in all sectors. It is positive that we have partnerships in all fields. These partnerships and synergies is what we will try to establish both in the digital transformation and elsewhere. We will face all challenges together. During the forum, we will listen to implemented good practices and we will explore new digital paths. We will try to find out what else we can do. We will analyze practices that we already implement in Greece. For example, e-prescription, e-learning, and so on. We are ready to share our know-how with our neighbors so that the development rate will become even greater in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, Mr. Kalafatis. We are looking forward to be listening to the plans that have already been launched in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This is why I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Internal Affairs, Mr. Makis Voridis, to present us with the plans of the Ministry. It is always a pleasure to have you here at Thessaloniki, and we would like to thank you for your presence here at the conference. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate Stavros Kalafatis for organizing this event and to all the executives of the Ministry of Interior, the sector of Macedonia and Thrace, who worked hard to organize this event. Why is Balkan Forum that important? Why is our relationship and our action and our partnership and collaboration is important for the overall area of the Balkans? We have all went through many things: partnerships, collaborations, conflicts, wars, alliances. And throughout this long history, we have built our own identity. We have built our points of reference. At this moment, if we take a look at the past, we can interpret it in a specific way. But the most important thing is to look at the future and to see our future perspectives. And what does Greece want at this point? I want to make it clear. Greece wants the region of the Balkans to evolve and to turn into a region that is integrated in the defense strategy of NATO. And we want all the Balkan countries to be integrated in the European future and the European Union and the Eurozone perspective. This, of course, if they want. But if they do want, and if they do share our vision, Greece is willing to support them and wants to drive these ambitions and this effort. Why is digital transformation related to this European perspective? Because one of the major concerns and challenges that we deal with today, are the speed by which digital technology is evolving and developing. This creates huge challenges to all of us, complicated issues, and if one cannot respond to these challenges, political or economical conflicts may arise. Why? Because the pace at which things are evolving in the Western economies, that if public administrations do not follow this pace, then there will be a huge gap and there will be huge differences between the states. This divergence, this gap, if not bridged, in reality will create the following problem. We, the private companies, that can move forward fast, that can evolve fast, that can improve our competitiveness and our results through the exploitation of the digital technologies. Why don't you, the public administration, allow us, the public administrations that have not adapted to these developments, why don't you allow us to move at the pace that we want? Public administrations will not stop claiming their regulatory role and keep their regulatory role and play their regulatory role, right? But on the other hand, this cannot become a burden or a delay for the private sector. If this gap is not bridged, then in fact, the forces and the powers of the market will underestimate the operation of the public administrations, and this will create a conflict. If you integrate this context in the international framework, through this discussion, this debate that is primarily a national debate, but it must be turned into an international debate, and you realize that then this whole issue becomes multifactorial. And this is something that the private companies are going to claim because they will need easy access for investment activities. They will want to be able to move human resources faster and in a more safe and efficient way, because the trafficking of products that has technical issues and quality issues arising, this must be facilitated as well. But in fact, this shapes a landscape of national transformation, but also the need to have a convergence of this transformation at the international level. This is why the topic that you are going to elaborate on today is that vital and that pivotal and that important for the developments, for the future. Usually, we understand digital transformation. We see digital transformation as something, as just the integration of digital technology in the public services. So we create some platforms in order to serve the needs of our citizens. Over the last 2 to 3 years in Greece, huge leaps have been taken in this area. However, what is equally important is the fact that this development of digital technologies needs the need of training and upskilling of human resources. You cannot have digital development and transformation if the people who are handling and managing public administration do not have the digital skills, do not have digital knowledge. It's not enough to build a platform. You need people working behind this platform, operating this platform, running and implementing the procedure in a digital way. If you just have a tool, but you don't have the person who is going to manage the tool, then there's no point in this whole effort. So here we have a matter of skilling and upskilling and reskilling of human resources that are not familiar with such an environment, such a context. So the role of the schools of public administration, and especially the institute, the Training and Upskilling Institute for Public Administration, is critical. And I should say that the experience that we have through our collaboration with Microsoft for the upskilling and training of public servants is excellent. And we have the president of the institute here. She will probably be talking about this later on. But this is very important. And it's also a scope and field of collaboration for the Balkan countries. Greece, in collaboration with other countries, has already become a candidate and for a training program in Albania. We want to enhance our collaboration. I think the school is, along with Serbia, are trying to implement these programs. We want to enhance and broaden our collaboration with other countries, and maybe this is a very good opportunity to talk about all these issues. The third issue that I would like to address is that we now see the need for using more complex tools. On the one hand, we must facilitate the use, or rather we must facilitate the services provided to citizens by using digital technology. On the other hand, we must use smart digital AI tools in order to perform complicated and complex tasks inside the public sector. For example, the planning of recruitment, the selection of the suitable human resources to staff our public administration. The programming or the formulation of career courses in order to take advantage in the best possible way are the human resources available. How are we performing this very complicated task? This is performed by some excellent specialist experts in the Ministry of the Interior who are managing this whole system to recruit the necessary staff, to match the individuals with the jobs, etc. This has to be done using tools, digital tools, and artificial intelligence tools, where we include algorithm variables in order to be able to have the best possible staffing of our services. Now we need even more complicated tools. We need something more demanding, more complex, and it's not the only example I could give. I will give you another example. In the recovery plan, we have included funding to create a mechanism, a state mechanism for rational allocation of the duties and the competencies of public servants. Yesterday, the Prime Minister, talking to the parliamentary team of New Democracy, he said that we have voted for 470 bills. For every single bill, there are competencies that are allocated to public servants. At this moment, there are hundreds of thousands of competencies. I'm talking about the cumulative operation of the Greek state. So there's no single mechanism controlling and checking if someone is having the same competencies as the other, so we have overlapping. Who is the most suitable person for each task? And this is a very complicated exercise for which we need a digital tool. We hope that we will have such a digital tool by the end of the year. But to fill in this tool and to update this tool and to be able for this tool to be able to work and be effective, for example, in Luxembourg, it took 10 years to bring this tool at a satisfactory level. But it is something that must be done because it is very important. So these are two examples of good practices, practices that are already applied in other EU member states. We are collaborating with the DG4. There we have the support and we have the funding for the effort and the effort that we are performing. And one of the goals of the Ministry of the Interior is to collaborate with the public administrations of the Balkan countries. We will all be benefited by such a partnership. I think it is very critical for our area, for our region. And I would like to congratulate you once again for organizing this Balkan Forum. I must say that in the future, we must continue organizing Balkan Forum, but we must also expand it. We must increase the attendance. We must intensify and strengthen our collaboration. And at the same time, we must organize workshops and meetings on specific issues attended by experts and specialists in order to see how we can put in place the strategic plans that we are drafting right now. So I would like to congratulate you once again. I hope and I'm sure that the works of this conference will result in bring fruitful results. And we're looking forward to further enhancing our collaboration and to establish a stronger tie and bond between the public administration of the Balkan countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Voridis. We would like to wish to Mr. Pierakakis, the Minister of Digital Governance, to get well soon because he had an accident yesterday and he couldn't be with us today. But Mr. Christopoulos and Mr. Anagностopoulos, who are the two general secretaries of the ministry, will be with us in the two thematic sessions. I'd like now to call to the floor Mr. Zervas, the mayor of Thessaloniki. You, as a mayor, have made leaps concerning citizen service in the municipality. Thank you very much. It's extremely difficult to be the speaker following Mr. Makis Voridis. First of all, because he raises the bar of discussion really high. And secondly, because he makes you think of the issues that you had in mind, because he gives it new food for thought. So you have to give it more thought. Luckily, we will meet in a short while, Mr. Voridis, to talk about them. Your Reverence, dear guests, dear consuls, I'm very happy to be once again in the venue of Thessaloniki International Fair in just a few days after the end of the 86th TIF and the second Beyond. I would like to congratulate Mr. Kalafatis and Mr. Karaglou for organizing the Fourth Balkan Forum. Mr. Karaglou also contributed to establishing the Balkan Forum institution. This institution reinforces Balkan cooperation, and this is a great asset for our city as well. Thessaloniki is the gate for the Balkans, and this characterization that is being the gate of the Balkans is the only characterization that I could accept compared to all the other characterizations given to the city of Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki has all the necessary prerequisites in order to be successful, and the Balkan Forum is leading to this direction. As Maria said, we should also realize that Thessaloniki is becoming a European innovation hub. In recent years, Thessaloniki has acquired characteristics of a European city, of a destination, of a headquarters for reach and development. Pfizer, Deloitte, Accenture, Deutsche Telekom, Champ, Cisco, who work together with the Ministry for Development and Digital Transformation, created a Center for Digital Transformation in order to achieve networking, collaboration, and convergences, not only in Greece, Northern Greece, but in the whole Balkans and Europe. All these companies opted to create in our city technology hubs, because they appreciated the location, the volume, the size of Thessaloniki, and the people who live here. So Thessaloniki provides the human capital needed, and it also offers the quality of life needed to this human capital. I would like to tell you something that you might not be aware of. Having the presence of all these companies in this sector, there are specific specialties that have more demand than supply. For example, we don't have specialized people in IT and technology that are highly paid. And we have many people coming from abroad to work in these posts.
These scientists come from our university institutions here in Thessaloniki. The universities here in Thessaloniki are the main pool where the human capital for these companies will be drawn. So our objective is to encourage the SMEs of the city to enter this holistic effort and collective effort. The benefit will be equal for all. Another piece of good news for our city is that the ranking house called Instant Offices evaluated Thessaloniki as the third most attractive city for digital nomads. For some people, beyond this hall might be something new and innovative and unprecedented. It's extremely important that we were highly ranked compared to Paris and London or even Athens. According to an MIT survey, for every 100,000 nomads who select a city to work for 6 months, the respective equivalent of 2.5 million tourists is created. These tourists stay in this city for 4 to 5 days. This is a great benefit, of course, as you realize. And this amounts to 1.6 billion euros in financial terms. Therefore, having the geographical advantage is not the only thing that we have. Our objective for the city is to become a reference point, always in contact with the other Balkan cities in this region of southeastern Europe. All this is achieved by using resources and funds in order to have measurable results. We will listen to new leverage schemes. As you know, any infrastructure project or development project must include smart systems. It's not enough to have the new lighting in the city and to have new benches or new roads. We must also have those smart systems that facilitate the life of citizens and visitors, but they also have return of investment in a multifaceted manner. I'm very happy because from this discussion we have multiple advantages and benefits, exchange of best practices, and I'm very happy to have here in the hall allies and neighbors who work together with us. Thessaloniki works with plans, strategies, and alliances. The Balkans are our neighborhood in this effort. We start from here, but as the minister also mentioned, we also look beyond, we look to the future, and exactly this is what the future shows us. Technology moves really fast. Sometimes we can't keep up with it, but that's what we must do. We must run faster so that our city will achieve a good collaboration rate. Thank you very much. May your conference be successful.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor, Mr. Zervas. The performance of Slovakia in digital governance will be the issue of will be addressed by Dr. Emilia Stolmenova.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to be at this significant forum that outlines the benefits of digital transformation to our citizens. Today, digital technologies are imperative for working, learning, entertaining, socializing, shopping, and assessing everything, from health services to culture. They're shaping the quality of our lives. Therefore, they need to be accessible to everyone, inclusive, safe, and secure, and of course, sustainable. These are the goals of our Digital Strategy 2020-30. I'm happy to say that we are fostering connectivity in Slovenia. Next generation of fixed broadband access networks covers 88% of our households in urban areas. Our goal is to achieve gigabit connectivity for households and businesses in rural and urban areas and 100% of 5G coverage of populated areas. Also, we give particular attention to data, especially to open data that ensure accessibility, transparency, and trust in government, as well as economic benefits for businesses by creating new services, products, and business opportunities. Slovenia is very successful in the field of public sector open data. In last year's European report on data maturity, Slovenia was recognized as a trendsetter in the open data indicator. Also, we're ambitious when it comes to smart cities and communities. We want them to unify solutions in terms of data opening and interoperability, and we help them with financial incentives. Since April 2021, we have got the Vega supercomputer, which is one of the most powerful supercomputers in the world. Slovenia has more than 40 years of research experience and more than 30 years of higher education experience in the field of artificial intelligence. The reward for the outstanding work of our researchers is without any doubt the first international research center for artificial intelligence, IRCAI, which works under the auspices of UNESCO, established in Ljubljana last year. The center helps solving global issues and challenges connected to the UN Sustainable Development Goals with the help of artificial intelligence. Our ambition is to introduce high-quality, transparent, and ethical AI that will be focused on people and will work for their good. Digital transformation is successful only when all members of the society are equally included and when no one is left behind at the global level. In Slovenia, we are particularly concerned about the gender, rural-urban, and age digital divide. Empowering women with digital skills enables them to fully and meaningfully participate in democracy, education, and business in the digital society. As a woman in technology myself, I'm particularly interested in mentorship and peer-to-peer encouragement. Also, I believe that access to knowledge and information is a human right. We need to encourage and educate our children to think critically and logically at an early stage of schooling. This is the basis for developing digital competences. In addition, we should ensure that workers are equipped with the necessary digital competences and are prepared in time for job changes. Because labor market is already changing. Digitalization is putting some jobs at risk, transforming others, but also creating a number of new working opportunities. And we should be all ready for this, employers, employees, and the education system. Therefore, in Slovenia, we have begun a national curriculum reform to include digital competences into the education system. Putting the digital skills at the center, Slovenia's Act on Promotion of Digital Inclusion paves the path towards inclusive digital society. When it comes to safety and security, safe digital products must adhere to the highest available international standards. Multi-stakeholder international efforts are needed to raise awareness and empower everyone, especially children, about online risks and prevent and counter cyberbullying and hate speech online. Digital transformation is a tool towards sustainability. Our society is currently experiencing a transition in the digital and green economy area. Bringing digital into our lives is helping us reduce our carbon footprint. However, we need to ensure that digital technologies do not consume more energy than they save. Every day, citizens experience excellent services from the private sector, and they expect the services of the public sector to be customer-focused, efficient, innovative, personalized, and enabled by technology. Therefore, when designing and creating these services, we should involve citizens as their future users. Complex challenges are facing today demand increased cooperation among politicians, businesses, academia, experts, and civil society. Slovenia has come a long way in developing a resilient and inclusive ICT ecosystem. I'm happy to say that we stand ready to share our knowledge and best practices with the countries in the Balkan region. Thank you.
And now we will listen to the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of good governance policies of the Republic of North Macedonia, Mrs. Slavica Gorkovska.
I'm really pleased to be able to address you on this forum that will focus on digital transformation, networking, collaborations, and convergences in the Balkans. It is good to talk more frequently on these topics, especially the digital transformation process, to include all those who can and want genuinely contribute. I am happy to see that all of us, countries in the region, share the same values and give contribution to enhancing the regional cooperation. In that regard, I am sorry for not being physically present there with you, but I hope that very soon, on some similar meetings, we will have the opportunity to exchange experiences, expertise, and ideas on challenges brought by the digital transformation. And there are many challenges. Being a Deputy Prime Minister in charge of good governance policies, during my public appearances, I always underscore that my work mostly focuses on digital transformation of the society and not only digitalization, because these two things differ greatly. Digital transformation of the society means building efficient, prosperous, and advanced society. That is the process that will definitely change the mindset on our citizens. It stimulates good and accountable governance. It provides opportunities for fast and smooth interaction with citizens in the processes of creating public policies, and it significantly elevates delivery of public services from the country to the citizens. However, in order to accomplish these goals, the digitalization process must be accompanied by investing in digital knowledge of the citizens and care for the security in the digital world. Digitalization and cybersecurity go hand in hand, because in a situation when providing digital services to the citizens, we should also instigate trust and to assure them that the use of such electronic services is secured and their data is protected. It is important that the cybersecurity is not treated as an expense by a country, but an investment. In the very end, I would like to underline the importance of such forums. When speaking of digital transformation, all of us in the region are on different level of development, and that is why we can easily adopt positive change when there is exchange of good practices, but even more when there is exchange of negative experiences, all in order to learn from the lessons, but also to share our experiences as an example for the others and what they should not do. Synergy in sharing experiences and expertise in the region is of particular importance in this regard. I would like to wish you all fruitful work while looking forward to seeing you. Have a wonderful day.
Digital transformation is a fundamental pillar for attracting foreign investments and promoting experts, which are a level for growth of Greek economy. The Deputy Minister for Economic Diplomacy and Openness, Mr. Kostas Fragogiannis, is going to talk to us about it. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. Kalafatis, for granting me to address Balkan Forum. This Balkan Forum is about digital transformation, focusing on networking, collaborations, and convergences in the Balkans. At the same time, this forum is about businesses, public sector, and scientific agencies. This forum has of particular interest to me, both directly and indirectly, as I am the Deputy Minister for Economic Diplomacy and Openness. All digital convergences in the Balkans have to do with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. If we wanted to
play a pioneering and leading role in digital transformation. I have seen the agenda of the Balkan Forum today, and I'm convinced that the distinguished speakers from Greece, from the Balkans and the European Union, and even from Norway will contribute to the success of this forum by sharing their experiences and providing useful examples so that we can move on forward with more dynamism and partnerships. I would like to grasp this opportunity in order to remind you that digital transformation was one of the central goals of the current government that shows the vision, the philosophy, and the objectives of a national strategy for Greece that paves the way and looks high in the future. I could present you a great number of successes in digital transformation and in many other fields in the last 3 years. This great success story will be discussed in this forum today in more detail. So I would like to sum up the following, referring to the Financial Times article talking about the 7 economic wonders of a terrestrial world. In this article, the president of Rockefeller Institute presents 7 countries that distinguish themselves worldwide about their economic achievements at a period where pessimism prevails due to recession. The growth of Greece goes beyond 4%. And the inflation rate drops. That leads the country to a fast economic recovery, as it concludes. Obviously, digital transformation has played its role to all these successes of the country, and it will continue being one of its leading actors. With this note of optimism, I would like to wish you fruitful work in this Balkan Forum. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Deputy Minister. And now for the digital involvement and the digital evolution and the future planning of Bulgaria. This will be the topic addressed by the Deputy Minister in charge of Information Technology and Information Society of Bulgaria, Mr. Kirillov.
Services for companies to reduce administrative stress on them, increase resource efficiency, and focus on innovation and products with high added value as a roadmap for the Bulgarian economy. To achieve this, Bulgaria needs an effective e-government, providing fast access to services for companies and citizens alike. A key priority is the optimization of the process and the institutions that provide those services. The first focus on providing a reliable e-government service is for the small and medium-sized enterprises, as they spend around 40% of their time on administrative tasks. We need to set up an effective operating model and framework for broad usability. We need to ensure a secure infrastructure, data integrity to a registry reform. We need to offer high-value services and a positive user experience. Establish trust by the combination of all of the previous steps. The high-tech sectors should receive a key role in research and development, innovation hubs across different municipalities and on a national level. The e-government and information technology should be governing and leading policies for sustainability and growth. During the last 2 months, we implemented the following steps. First, we provided electronic services to citizens, administrations, and businesses. We launched a pilot project to offer free electronic administrative services in 32 post offices from the branch network of Bulgarian Posts. Through those services that we support, we have ensured an equal treatment for citizens and businesses alike. This is especially important for small and remote settlements. This is how we guarantee the access to information, administrative and healthcare services. We plan to expand those numbers. Through a portal of the electronic government, we ensured unhindered support and functioning for the electronic services of the food agency after a crash and attack on their website. We launched and continue launching inspections that are focused on monitoring the compliance of websites of administrative bodies, persons performing public functions, and organizations providing public services with the accessibility requirement for the websites and mobile applications. The goal is to ensure equal access to electronic services and online information for all users, including persons with disabilities and functional limitations. We are also focused on cybersecurity. We launched the project to upgrade the capacity of the secure internet environment of the state administration. Through it, we empowered and organized the performance of the following. First, the Center for Monitoring and Responding to a Computer Security Incident, as well as a system for monitoring and storing documents related to the network information security. Also, we've implemented that for the National Computer Security Incident Response Team and the National Coordination Organizational Network for Cybersecurity. We built 3 new optical connections to 2 municipal administrations with the inclusion of 15 new subscribers. We have also prepared Bulgaria's participation in the European Cybersecurity Month through a broad scope of events that we plan to do in October. We're organizing a roundtable with the participants and businesses to discuss issues related to cybersecurity. We've also prepared the release of a dedicated stamp to the topic of cybersecurity. We carry a large-scale information campaign on the main theme of European cybersecurity on ransomware and phishing. We've also organized a workshop with representatives from Meta and their management team so that we could discuss the issues related to illegal content and disinformations. So we have also reached an agreement to hold joint workshops and trainings on the most important issues and search for a solution for people and businesses to access incorrect information. We prepared a clear plan and formed teams for the management and implementations regarding the digitalization in the information arrays in the administration, containing registry data and electronic authentication from registers, as well as large-scale deployment of digital infrastructure on the territory of Bulgaria. This includes the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, for which the Ministry of Electronic Governance is the final recipient. We are also working actively on joining the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and meeting their requirements. We've also started a remote electronic voting pilot project that we hope will be online in the upcoming year. In terms of legislative initiatives, we have launched a new procedure for approval for a prepared draft on the law and amendment for the public procurement law, through which we plan to make it more transparent and worthy of the digital age. In short, that's what we have done so far, and our plan, again, is to offer effective services to businesses and users across the country, regardless where they are, so that we can have a high level of electronic usage and we can improve with time.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τον αρμόδιο Υπουργό από την
We would like to thank the Deputy Minister from Bulgaria. The financing programs that will be implemented in the following months are decisive for improving competitiveness. There will be actions focusing on the innovative and smart economic transformation of businesses. The Ministry for Development and Investment has played an important role through the Recovery Fund. The Special Secretary for European Religion Development Fund from the Ministry of Development and Investments, Mr. Yorgos Zervos, will tell us more about it. He will be with us online. You're having the floor, Mr. Zervos. Thank you. First of all, I apologize for not being able to attend this meeting, this forum, physically speaking, but I have to attend the meetings with the European Union. Dear participants, I would like to thank the Minister, Mr. Kalafatis, for inviting me to participate in this Balkan Forum. In this Balkan Forum, we have politicians and interested parties participating from the Balkans in order to discuss the future of our region. As we all know, our country gives a lot of emphasis on territorial cooperation with neighboring countries.
for the programs, for the investment programs of cross-border cooperation, we have already approved the Greece-Bulgaria program, and the programs with Albania and North Macedonia will be approved before the end of the month. Digital transformation and green transition are the basic characteristics for the period 21-27, and it is the main coefficient of our ministry for the cross-border programs. Digital tools and digital applications are the main strategies, the main characteristics of our strategy. We set the foundations for the period 21-27, and we try to reinforce cooperation of Western Balkans with EU and facilitating the pre-accession course of our neighboring countries. All these occur at a critical time for Europe because besides the Ukrainian war, we have interesting developments in member states. This means what is needed is well-coordinated actions and spirit of cooperation in order to face the challenges ahead of us. In short, I would like to wish every success to the Balkan Forum works. Thank you very much, Mr. Zervos. And our conference is starting. It has 3 sessions. The first one is about digital transformation, convergences, and networks in the Balkans of business operators. The moderator will be Dr. Dimitrios Jovaros, chairman of the board of directors of the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, a CERT that is based here in Thessaloniki. The second session is about the digital transformation, convergences and networks in the Balkans of public and self-governing bodies. The minister said how important it is to have this cooperation. The moderator will be Professor Agis Papadopoulos, president of the board EATH-SA. And the third session is about digital transformation, convergences and networking in the Balkans of scientific bodies. It was mentioned that if we have adequate scientific personnel and skilled staff, then we can have better future. The moderator of this session is Spyros Ignatiadis, Strategic Planning and Operations Manager from IDS Consulting. So we move on with the first session. The topic is digital transformation, convergences and networks in the Balkans of business operators. I would like to call to the floor the chairman of the board of directors of the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, CERT in short, Mr. Jovaras, to moderate this session. Good morning. I would like to call to the floor all the speakers of this first session.
I think you can change slides. Yeah, of course, of course. Of course. You want to check it? Yes, 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 yes. Μπορούμε να... Ναι, ναι. Μπορεί να τσεκάρει η κυρία... Yes, η κυρία Ορχιδέα μπορεί να τσεκάρει λίγο την παρουσίαση. Όχι. Πάντως θα παίξει κανονικά έτσι με το πράσινο. Okay, it's okay. Ναι. Μπορεί να ξεκινήσουμε. Τώρα μου φύγαν όμως οι ομιλητές. Θα το δω από εκεί. Ωραία. Εδώ είπαν καλύτερα. Έτσι είπαν.
Ελληνικά.
Έχω κάνει το slides μου στα αγγλικά.
Μα και εγώ τώρα...
Και θα μιλάω στα ελληνικά.
Έτσι πρέπει. Και εγώ ετοιμάστηκα αγγλικά.
Και εγώ με επιμείνωνα για τα αγγλικά και τα ετοίμασα και όλα στα αγγλικά.
Μα είναι λάθος, είναι γελίο τώρα. Αισθάνομαι...
Όλα τα slides μου και τα λοιπά.
Εγώ νομίζω θα είναι γεμάτο με Βαλκάνιους, γεμάτο με Έλληνες.
Ωραία, νομίζω ότι...
I think we can start with our first session. This first session is about digital transformation, convergences, and networks in the Balkans of business operators. Therefore, we're going to talk about the actions taken by business operators and their cooperation schemes in the Balkan countries. We will have the opportunity to listen to 9 very interesting presentations on various issues, focusing on digital transformation and how this promotes networking and convergences of business operators. Digital transformation has brought a lot and big changes in businesses. It doesn't have to do only with the digitalization of individual businesses, but also it has to do with the important changes in business models, in consumers' behavior, and in the whole logistics chain and supply chain. Balkan countries has a lot of different characteristics at political, social, and technological field. Have a different starting point and different skills to adjust themselves in the developments imposed by digital transformation. The national policies aim at these challenges. For example, interoperability of infrastructure. We're going to talk about that, as well as the services demanded and needed by digital transformation all over Europe. At the same time, these policies create the necessary framework, regulations, and financing tools and funds for the smooth transition of businesses. Various Balkan cities have an accumulation of digital clusters. During the greetings, we heard that Thessaloniki is a success story, a successful example of attracting new investments in the field of digital economy, mainly. In this way, it also attracts important scientific personnel. The digital nomads is, for example, a direction towards which all Balkan countries should move there. So in this region, we have the possibility to have clusters of high technology, digital innovation hubs. As you know, the European digital innovation hubs are going to start operating soon, and the big technological parks of fourth generation play an important role. Mr. Efthymiadis will talk about it in this session. This will be the issues addressed in our session. We will have 9 speakers that will present the national and European policies in Greece, Serbia, North Macedonia, specifically, that create the necessary support environment for the digital transformation of business operators. They will refer to the regulations needed, the platforms that will be used, the financing tools and innovative cluster schemes in Greece and Slovenia, where innovative businesses and infrastructures are gathered. In conclusion, I would like to call to the floor the first speaker. It's a particular pleasure that he will start this session. Our first speaker is Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos, who is the Secretary General of Digital Governance and Simplification of Procedures from the Ministry of Digital Governance. He will talk to us about the policies implemented by the government in the last 3 years. He will be with us online. You're having the floor, Mr. Christopoulos. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I feel very happy that I can be with you even online, and I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Interior and the sector of Macedonia and Thrace and Mr. Kalafatis, who have managed to turn Balkan Forum into an institution of exchanging ideas for the whole Balkan region. Important conclusions are drawn there. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to talk about an issue that is very critical and has to do with digital transformation, the policies of digital governance from the ministry and the government concerning the digital transformation and business growth. I would like to start by highlighting some important data that we have, and I think that most of you are aware of. The first one has to do with investments. A few days ago, Google announced that the first Google Cloud region is going to be held in Greece, a big investment that will bring more than 2 billion euros in the country's GDP by 2030, and 20,000 new employment posts will be created. This is a vote of confidence to the policies implemented by our country. And this follows similar investments by Microsoft, by Amazon, and where we're going to be one of the 30 local zones of Amazon, with several actions and applications about Smart Island. Recently, when I attended the 30-year event about Microsoft, George Unis, the U.S. ambassador to Greece, he himself expressed the vote of confidence of the American government to our country. He stressed that Greece has changed radically its image in the recent years, so it can attract more foreign direct investments in our country. There are more news. For example, Greece is considered to be one of the 7 economic wonders by the Financial Times. In this article, Greece is ranked among those 7 countries that are considered to be economic wonders because they have a steady and sustainable economic growth. And of course, I would like to talk about the case of the city of Thessaloniki. Important international companies like Pfizer, Deloitte, Deutsche Telekom have brought to the city important technology investments in the city of Thessaloniki that will help the local startups. Thessaloniki is a city that can be a pioneer in technology and become a reference point for Southeastern Europe. Why am I sharing this information with you? Because I want to say that none of this occurred accidentally or overnight. A very specific strategy and policy was needed concerning digital transformation. Digital transformation, as you know, from the very beginning of the new democracy government was a fundamental horizontal parameter of our program. We took advantage of the personal vision that the Prime Minister had. In our ministry, the Ministry for Digital Governance, which was a new ministry that was founded, we knew the problems of the past, and we worked systematically so that with each intervention of ours, we would contribute to the digital transformation of the country and the growth of the country. The international development standards change daily, and Greece tries to keep up. We try to make the best of all efforts made. In this framework, our policy on the economic growth and linking digital transformation to economic growth has been moving along two interdependent axes. The first axis has to do with the radical improvement of the state mechanism by the simplification of procedures so that we will have less bureaucracy. The state won't put barriers to growth and development, and it won't absorb fundamental resources from the economy, and to increase the confidence of citizens and businesses to the state. The second axis, that is, besides reducing bureaucracy in order to release productive sources for the economy, the second axis has to do with the support of the digital transformation of our economy, both through our new legislation and through the projects and financial resources and funds that we have from the Recovery Fund and the new NSRF. As you know, we have a new digital transformation program included that didn't exist in the previous years. Concerning the first axis, I would like you to keep in mind some specific issues that are important concerning economic growth. The first thing is that what we try to do is to improve the public service provision through two policies. The first policy is GovGR and the digitalization of public administration and services. We have more than 1,500 digital services in just 2 years. In 2022, we had an increase of digital transactions that amounted to 1 billion, whereas in 2018 was 1.8 million. This radical digitalization and simplification of administrative procedures means that we have less bureaucracy both to citizens and to businesses. The second big part has to do that for the first time in Greece, we have a cohesive administrative policy that aims both to digitalization and simplification of all procedures, public procedures to citizens and businesses. So this policy of simplification that will be presented in the future relies on 3 pillars. The first one is the technical registry of procedures, where we register and record all administrative procedures that have to do with the public sector. This means that businesses won't have to spend a lot of time trying to do what each procedure demands. We want by this year to have reached 4,000 digitalized procedures. The second pillar has to do with simplification of procedures. For example, transport procedures, justice procedures, or the internal affair procedures, and business procedures, of course. And the third pillar has to do with the evaluation of all these interventions of ours. And this shows us how much money that businesses save thanks to this simplification. We carried out a study that shows us that this simplification of procedures have reduced the administrative burden for businesses amounting to 200 million euros per year. This will amount to around 1 billion annually. Concerning now the second pillar, that is very significant, I'd like to say the following. We have made institutional interventions that have contributed to attracting technology investments. Why are we saying that foreign businesses express such an interest for Greece? because there is this dynamism, this drive that was created, and it was facilitated due to pandemic. Big businesses can see that there is this drive, this momentum, and a serious policy concerning the digital transformation of the country. But we have also done other things. For example, we created the code of digital governance. We codified all provisions concerning the systems of e-governance in the country and included it in a single code. There we included all the regulations about open data. We created the Festos Fund that supports startups that use 5G products. We are one of the first countries that institutionalized the cloud-first policy, as the Prime Minister and Mr. Pierakakis said. This policy sends the signal to international investors in cloud technology that Greece has a serious, consolidated, comprehensive cloud policy. These signals that are sent by a country through its legislative interventions are very important and are assessed and evaluated by international companies that seek investment opportunities in a country. We also had interventions about startups. We are one of the first countries that have a legislative framework about the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and blockchain and emerging new technologies. And we have also got a very good legislative framework even for policies, for example, the audiovisual products, because we have an important increase in investment in this sector, which is a technology sector as well, because we have digital convent platforms and so on. So the whole framework created by our ministry moves to the direction of the digitalization of the state and attracting foreign investments. And I would like to add here that the money and the funds that we have, either from the European innovation hubs that we coordinate in order to have 7 in Greece, or actions like the digital transformation of businesses with 400 million for SMEs from the Recovery Fund. These are actions that will support the digital transformation of businesses. As you know, digital transformation is a necessity of the present. And the Prime Minister has said that digital transformation of the country, economy, and the society is a bet that we should win and will give the opportunity for Greece to make a great leap. A last point that I would like to mention is the following. We want the growth that we will achieve to be continuous and sustainable. This can occur only if there is confidence expressed to the state by businesses and citizens. And we can see that this is true. If we read the last measurements in the trust in government OECD indicators, we see that for the first time Greece has been having increased such trust in government indicator by citizens and businesses. For this indicator is increased for the last 3 years continually. In this way, we will attract further investment in the technology sector. This is what I would like to share with you. I hope my thoughts will contribute to the fertile discourse and dialogue of the forum. I really look forward to the interesting Balkan Forum conclusions. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Christopoulos, for
presenting one of the most successful activities of the government, gov.gr. I would like to apologize from the other speakers. We will have a slight change in our agenda. We have with us Mrs. Maria Antoni, who is the head of the Prime Minister's office in Thessaloniki, and we would like to invite her to address the audience. Good morning, everybody. I would like to apologize for the delay. I've just arrived from Athens, so I delayed in coming to the forum. And I would like to apologize to the speakers. Dear guests, dear ministers, Chairman of EKETA, Chairman of DEF, of TIF, dear guests, dear attendants, I would like to greet the opening of the works of the 4th Balkan Forum in Thessaloniki. Our topic is digital transformation, networking, collaborations, and convergences in the Balkans. A very important forum that will address issues touching upon our society and focusing on how digital transformation has facilitated our societies and our citizens and has brought tangible results. We will elaborate on the current level of the technological ecosystem in the Balkans, and we will capture the next steps that will enable us to align easily and fast with the new digital era. In Greece, dear guests, the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis has created the Bible of digital transformation, 2020-2025. It is our national strategy for digital transformation of the country. Through this, we set up the guidelines, the principles, the strategic intervention actions, the objectives, the architectural design of the systems, the governance model, the implementation mechanism, as well as all the horizontal and vertical interventions that will take place for the digital transformation of the Greek society and economy. Digital transformation was a vision of a personal vision of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, our Prime Minister, that we managed to put in place. By 2026, we hope and we aspire that we will achieve oral goals. Greece has taken very important steps in terms of digital transformation. Our planning was always policy-oriented, so our focal point was to create services, operational and user-friendly, for the benefit of the citizens and focusing on the citizen and not on the state. During the pandemic, this strategy and this planning has been accelerated. So 3 months the gov.gr has started working 3 months before the scheduled timeline, providing 1,500 services provided by the public sector. Today, our digital services are more than 1,400, and we add on that more and more every day. Ladies and gentlemen, for us, the digital transformation of the Greek economy and society is a bet that we intend to win, and we're going to win. It will give the opportunity to Greece to take a leap. Already Greek citizens acknowledge and recognize what has been done in the field of digital services, and they know that all these developments and these leaps are very important for their daily life. Our plan is partially financed by the Recovery Fund along with national and European funds. This way, we are going to upgrade all our digital infrastructure. Yesterday, we had the opening of the Smart Island by Amazon Web Service and our two ministers. And this gives us the satisfaction because it proves that many technological giants, giant companies, are coming to our country and invest to our country. So we deeply believe that the digital transformation of the Greek economy and society is not only a one-way road, but it is a huge opportunity for our country, an opportunity for our country to take a real leap to the future. And we are all here to do it together. Thank you. We would like to warmly thank Mrs. Antoniou. Digital transformation, the way it has been implemented in Greece through gov.gr, is for sure a best practice and can become a point of reference and a collaboration with all the other Balkan countries. So, moving back to our agenda, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Victoria Kalogiru, who is a program manager for EU policies and a seconded national expert of the European Commission's Directorate General for Informatics at the Interoperability Unit. She will be talking about interoperability and the priorities set by the European policies. Mrs. Kalogiru, you have the floor. Good morning. I would like to warmly thank you for the kind introduction and the invitation. I will start in Greek and then I will be speaking in English. Let me share my presentation.
Είναι εντάξει?
Τώρα είναι full screen, τώρα μπορείτε να μιλήσετε.
Ωραία. Νομίζω τώρα τη βλέπετε κανονικά. Συγγνώμη λίγο, δώστε μου ένα λεπτό. Θα ξεκινήσω να πω ότι καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω τον κύριο.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Papadopoulos and his associates for the kind invitation to this forum. And for enabling us to inform about what we are doing on interoperability. Interoperability is very, very important. It's an enabler for digital transformation of all countries, not only at national level, but also at the European level. It is a parameter that helps both the public sector and the citizens. So, I would like to say that many times we believe that interoperability is something purely technical. It is not purely technical parameter, as it also includes legal as well as operational aspects. And of course, procedures are of major importance. So, it's not only a technical matter or technological matter, but it also entails other aspects.
Much easier also for me and also the rest of the panel today. I would like to give you some insights on the interoperability, why it's important, and also why it's important for the public sector. Also, just to inform you about the recent trends and policies that we are having in the European Commission. One of them is interoperability policy that will come soon, and also it will be also a help how to adjust interoperability at your own countries. Also, I will give you some insights on the regular monitoring and reporting practices on digital administration interoperability that we're conducting in the European Commission, but also they have many benefits for the Balkan countries of taking part of the Digital Euro program, and also the ones that would like to be in the Digital Euro program, because we also have some candidate countries. Finally, I would like to conclude by hitting some tools and platforms that can support the digital transformation journey. And also, I'm very happy to hear that some of them are already implemented in the Greek government, such as the simplification of administration procedures that was Mr. Christopoulos said, and also by Mrs. Antoniou said about the Digital Innovation Hub. So we will see also how the GovTech Innovation Hub as well help this journey to digital transformation. So I will start a bit on what is interoperability and why it's like essential for digital government. I see a screen here, so I think I need to wait. So interoperability is not only difficult to pronounce, it's also not very straightforward way to say so. And as I said, it may sound technical and certainly is, but also give much beyond technical aspects, because it is the organizational, legal, and technical capacity of organization and also their IT systems to make the digitalization of government services efficient and deploy seamless and trusted exchange of data, because data are very important, as we know, between services across different levels of administration, also borders and sectors, and this is very important also for the collaboration and synergies among the Balkan countries. And also it is a very fundamental element for all modern digitalization strategies, to be honest. When it comes to process where processes are very automated and digital technologies can become part of public administration. Therefore, it's very crucial for public administration to remain capable of communicating with each other. Therefore, interoperability enables the data exchange and facilitates those connections between the systems to deliver efficient digital services across boundaries. Because this is very important, across boundaries, because we are not thinking also national, because as we see now, we're in a very global environment. And the digital transformation and the new digital era, as referred, we saw that it's also very an issue which is also global. If I may say an issue, an enabler, for me it's an enabler, because digital transformation helps us in many, many ways. But in order to accomplish this, it needs agreements and established processes between different organizations. Of course, they align data and descriptions in a proper way, and laws, this is also very important, that allow those data exchanges to be structured and also have a long time effect. And also, what is important, and I'm very happy to hear from the previous speakers, that is not also important for administration, but also very important for citizens and administrations, and as well, not only administrations. But why doesn't matter, if I didn't convince you so far? Because public sector interoperability has a very stressful and important impact on reducing burdensome administrative procedures that can create significant obstacles, especially for small, medium sized enterprises, that they are connecting authoritative data sources like the base registries, which is a paramount to achieve the once only principle. And it can only be done with sound legal, organizational, semantic, meaning semantic common data schemas or vocabularies, and of course the technical interoperability designs. Traditionally, the focus of digitalization efforts has been very much on the industry and the private sector for many years. It's not like something now, it started, I think, more than 20, 25 years ago. But we believe that the role and importance of digitalizing the public sector has been underestimated so far. This is clearly changing now with the experience that we have gained through the pandemic and the needs it brought for the public services to function remotely. This was an important lesson for all. As reflected in the European Interoperability Framework, Interoperability is about following best digitalization practices by implementing by default principles and efficiency for efficiency, reusability, accessibility, and of course, user centricity. If we manage to create a digital transformation of public sector that is inclusive, fair, and open, it can be also sustainable and also has value-driven as well. And we expect that this will be a result of a considerable pull and push factors for the overall digitalization of industry and of course society in any country, not only at national level. And I'm really emphasizing this because we are not alone. We cannot work alone in this world, especially on the digital transformation. Interoperability is also a lever on digital transformation and innovation, especially public sector, through experimentation and implementation. I'm happy to hear about the Digital Innovation Hub. So for instance, I would like to refer to GovTech incubators, and when the public sector engages with startups and small medium enterprises to produce innovative technology solutions for the provision of tech-based products and services, so to innovate existing public services. In the past years, there has been a growing interest, in particular since the pandemic, as the government needed to innovate very, very rapidly. In this experimentation, interoperability becomes a fundamental dimension to ensure the integration of different news technologies, of course, legal and technical frameworks with, of course, semantic and data models. This is about a bit of the intro about interoperability. As you see, maybe difficult to pronounce, it's also very important to see that it has many dimensions. Quickly, I would like to state what is the current state of the European Union public sector interoperability policy. In a few words, and as you can see in the pictures, what is today interoperability and the current state of the policies. It is an established policy area for more than 20 years and completely on voluntary basis. So it's not something, an obligation saying you have to do this, you're obliged to do this. So member states together collaborated together to create this environment, safe environment. And also European Union has supported interoperability between public administration, giving a series of dedicated funding programs for several years now to help this digital transformation. For instance, we have ISA Square, if you know before, and now we have Interoperable Europe, which is supported under the Digital Europe program, which is the current program in the European Union. Through this support, the European Interoperability Framework, you see that it first introduced in 2004, and it has continuous intervention up to now. We have the current version, which will be updated soon in 2017. The framework is the common vision of European Union public sector IT practitioners on how to best support data exchanges and also the digitalization in public administration across Europe. It's a jointly developed and generally accepted, but it's not non-binding guideline. So that is also interesting to see that it also is non-binding, but it's also something that is followed all these years. So that is why it was a need to update it. Very, very briefly, what is here for is something to establish technical connection capacity, build semantic understanding, establish the required organizational and legal context for instance, on the rights to access or exchange of reuse of data, and also what is most important, to help administrations to advance on all these areas. We believe that this common resource, it's also important and will be developed. This you can find it, of course, more in Join Up if you want to take a deep dive. Now, the current policy. So what is the upcoming regulation and the proposal on interoperability? So the remaining gaps in the actual uptake and implementation of the European interoperability framework, along with the complexities of bringing and connecting together several domains, have shown over time and years the necessity of creating a strategic cooperation structure for member states through the public administration representative, the chief information officers of the countries, and of course the several European Union institutions on public sector interoperability. So the focus on this regulation is to create a stable, simple cooperation process to steer jointly European Union interoperability policy and of course the member states. This has been a request from the member states and as a result of several discussions and productive co-creation process to how to draft a series of recommendations. So what we want to build is a future-safe regulatory framework by setting up a governance structures. So you can identify the needs, experiment possible solution, and develop and scale the best of public reuse. A second point I would like to stress is the importance of building and the true co-ownership between member states. So this is very important to do as well. And also, I'm referring this as it was also the previous speaks about the digital innovation hubs. It's also the work on GovTech joining forces at the European Union level to allow for technology experimentation in a very flexible setup of the member states which are interesting, and in particular projects. All resorts, good or less good, are shared openly. So you can learn from others. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So you can take the other results and also reuse at your own benefit. Of course, finally, supporting digital-ready policymaking is another important consideration, because making sure the digital aspects are identified there early, as much as early as possible, in the policy definition and design processes, and also interoperability aspects are addressed early and upfront. Also, the existing systems and the solution, some of them that are good practices, because I heard also good practices before, can be reused, can be adapted, and can be developed further by others. This is a very important step. So we're now conducting an internal review of this proposal for regulation, and we aim to launch the whole EU legislative and negotiation process by the end of this year. This is more or less what it will come. Going next, and this is very interesting also for the Balkan synergies, I'd just like to give some examples of the digital public administration fact sheets. So public governments that work together on digital transformation path, we need to understand where they are and spot where the gaps are. This is why we provide regular monitoring and reporting activities to a wide number of European countries, not the one belonging to the European Union only. There are 35 countries. So to help them improve, this is part of the services you will get when you adhere to the Digital Europe program. I mean, also for the rest of the speakers in the program, all of you are in the Digital Europe program, but the ones that also want to come. There is a framework and an observatory, the NIF observatory, which is in JoinUp. It's one of the mechanisms which is kind of out of place of the European Commission as a monitor tool and observatory, which is a regular, accurate information on the state of play of digital public administration interoperability activities. So it's very interesting because you can learn from others, what the others are doing, what is the state, and you can also find who is responsible for what, so you can contact, between countries. And also
excuse me, Ms.
Yes.
Kalogiro, could you please conclude in the next 1.5 minutes, because we are running out of time.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you very much. For the Balkan countries, adhering to the BET will give the chance of being part of these monitored practices and therefore get closer to the main trends. Compare digital governments and interoperability mechanism. And I will conclude very, very quickly, giving you some examples of supporting tools, which is, for instance, the EIF toolbox to provide guidance. This is on JoinUp, so you can follow. So it's a very easy one that can help you your travel via the digital transformation. You can see that it's also very aligned with the EIF solutions recommendations. And of course, it's adjusted to the EIF pillars. The JoinUp, which is a very, very long platform, a very old platform, 2010 and up to now, and also have many things that you can also benefit from. Of course, nothing goes further without the proper digital skills and education about it. So we have Interoperable Europe Academy, which we offer free courses for interoperability and the enhancement of digital transformation. And I concluded very quickly and also leave time and space for questions. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I tried to summarize a bit of many things that we have, but please stay in touch, and also you can find also more things, and also contact us for more information. Thank you very much. And I'm trying to close how to share my sharing here. Just let me know if it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting talk. Interoperability is a crucial factor also for cross-border digital services. And I'm sure we will have access to your slides. And the last slides were the most important. And I'm sure that there will be great interest from the public sector of Balkan countries. Θα συνεχίσω στα
ελληνικά. I will continue in Greek now, and I would like to call to the floor Mr. Nikos Ευθυμιάδης, the chairman and CEO of Thesintech SA from Greece. He will talk to us about Thesintech, an emblematic project, iconic project for Thessaloniki, and he will give us details about how it evolves. Thank you very much. Good morning.
A presentation in English, but I will speak in Greek, but I'll give the opportunity for our Balkan colleagues to be able to see the slides and take some homework back to their countries of what we're going to discuss over here. Πρώτα απ' όλα θέλω να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ το Υπουργείο Μακεδονίας Θράκης.
First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry for Macedonian Thrace for inviting us. It's a great opportunity for us. The ministry has been hosting us in the ministry for 2 years now and has been supporting us, both the current administration and the previous ones and the following, I believe, because this project, Thesintech, is a 10-year project. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, that in the Balkans, we have human capital. Human capital is an obvious issue. We do have it. We have excellent universities. We have amazing research institutions. And gradually we have internationalized businesses. What we didn't do so well is to connect and link together this triple helix with the state in order to move on to cooperations and partnerships that are promoted in this forum today through digital transformation and networking in the Balkans. So what we are missing is this linking. And this is what the business people are interested in. I believe that technological parks are an accelerator for bringing together this triple helix, and I believe they will play an important role in the future evolution of technology. Since this is a Balkan forum, I would like to point out that the first such technological park that happened in the region was in Bulgaria, in Sofia. The second one was in Thessaloniki that is trying to link its university institutions with this technological park that will be a true accelerator. I would like to add here that Thessaloniki, or rather, I would like to show you a short video. It is a 3-minute video. It's both in Greek and in English.
In this 2,300 years old city of 1 million people, of 4 universities, and of the largest academic community in southeastern Europe, on this shore of the sunny Mediterranean, across the harbour of Thessaloniki, next to the international airport of the city, in the bright blue waters of the bay, we are creating one of the most modern innovation centres around the world, a meeting point of science and entrepreneurship. This is the Science and Technology Park developed by Thesintech SA. In these premises, in these laboratories, these amphitheatres, these meeting rooms and these offices, 7,000 people from different countries will collaborate and get creative. Here, in the park, next to the canal in Dock 3, they will drink their coffee, or they will be planning their excursions to the coasts of the Chalkidiki and Mount Olympus. However, what matters the most right now is the field of their study, the technologies that we are expecting from these brilliant minds. Six mega projects are already in operation, and 4 more are under development. Hundreds of scientists are already working on these projects, while waiting to be accommodated in the park. The same applies to organizations and high-tech companies. They have already committed to transfer their research and development departments here, and they are not the only ones. The municipalities of the area, the city of Thessaloniki itself, the region of Central Macedonia, and the whole of Greece awaits this important project. In this city, in this innovation center, entrepreneurship and science will join forces to create new technologies, products and services that will improve people's lives and our relationship with the environment. They are supported by the European Union, the Greek state, the academic community, and all local authorities. They also need your support. We need you by our side.
Θα προσπαθήσω να πάω όσο πιο γρήγορα γίνει.
I will try to run as fast as possible with the rest of my presentation. What I'd like to point out is that we will continue working together with all technology parks that exist or will occur in the future. I hope that we will have more such parks in the Balkans, and so that we will all be an accelerator for all these activities. Thesintech is a cooperation of the public and private sector in Greece. The healthy private sector with the good public sector found a common fertile ground to cooperate. That's why, as you saw on the video, several businesses have given donations so that the park has reached this level. And you have seen the shareholders. They are various bodies, both from the public and private sector in Thessaloniki. This is our main comparative advantage here in Thessaloniki. We want to start from a bottom-up approach. We want the businesses themselves to select the researchers and sectors they want to work with. That much each of the units that will develop in the park. We have 6 mega parks. As you can see, they are the fields of future mobility applications, clean energy, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and not only. And 70 businesses have already started working in this field. Thessaloniki is well known to all our colleagues here. I don't want to boast it further. It can become a technology hub. This park is located next to the airport. In just 20 minutes drive, you are in the city center. There are a lot of facilities around the area. This is the specific region, Perea region, where Thesintech is being developed. This will, Thesintech will give a boost to the buildings around Perea. It is by the sea. And the people who work there will have quality of life. And the region offers education infrastructure and health infrastructure. Thesintec is developed on ESG specification. It uses state-of-the-art buildings and infrastructure, and a lot of people who work there want facilities for leisure, sports, and childcare, and all these will exist there. According to our feasibility study, in 20 years' time, 7,000 people will be working there. They will be well paid. Most of them will be researchers and scientists, and we hope that we will manage to have some brain gain, to have our young people coming back to Greece to work here. And as the minister said in his keynote speech, we are proud of the fact that Thessaloniki was chosen to be the third city for digital nomads worldwide. We are at the final mature stage. We are completing with our licensing in January 2023, and in spring we are starting with the infrastructure groundworks. We hope that we will be in operation in summer 2025. We believe that Thessaloniki is an accelerator for technology. But it is not just technology. All these things end up to human beings. So we should make sure that technology will be related to human beings and their needs. Because as a businessman, when I think of artificial intelligence, I consider it as products that will help vulnerable groups. And when I see agrotechnology, I wonder how we're going to have 10 million people that we should feed using the same pieces of land. And when we talk about multimodal transfer, I think of international technology. And as for logistics, I expand them for the whole of the globe, not only for Europe. And as for employment, I believe that we should include technology in our needs, because it's coexistence or no existence. That's a quote. If we can't coexist with machinery, we cannot exist. At least in Thesintec, we would like one of the buildings to be a building for people, for culture, so that all of you and us to be able to perceive each time that whatever you do will have a final recipient who is human beings. So here you can see the benefits for the society. Besides the vulnerable groups that I have in the middle, I am also talking about talent preservation and, of course, ecological and urban resilience that we should never forget. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Efthimiadis. We all believe in this great big project that will further upgrade the region of Thessaloniki, mainly in the field of digital transformation.
The floor to Ms. Orchidea Karyosevska, Country Manager of the Western Balkan Investment Forum, who will represent the Republic of North Macedonia, and will talk to us about strategic projects of priority towards digitization and competitiveness of companies in Western Balkans.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kalimera. It's simply excellent to be here in Thessaloniki. As this morning was rightly pointed out by the mayor, Thessaloniki is EU digital gate for Western Balkan. And of course, we fully respect that. Allow me to express my honest gratitude for having the opportunity to address this constructive panel about digitalization. Complicated names, but still very important for our everyday life. In EU digital decade, the EU is stepping up investments to extend the digital transformation of Western Balkans. One of the instruments for EU instruments is Western Balkans Investment Framework. It is a main vehicle for implementation of economic and investment plan for Western Balkan in current financial perspective. Content-wise, I'm going to talk about what is in general WBIF, some numbers, what are the intervention areas, how we plan to implement the economic investment plan, how it is on the ground, and what is implementation and practice, and focusing at the end on two main for this panel investment, EIP investment flagship for digital infrastructure and competitiveness. Western Balkan Investment Framework is a joint initiative of EU, financial organizations, bilateral donors, and beneficiary economies. EU has committed 1.4 billion euros, but of course without cooperation and common work with our partners from European banks, EIB, EBRD, KfW, Council of Europe Bank, World Bank, and the French Development Bank. Of course, we have bilateral donors that are present in our, and that are contributing to our instrument, and including Greece, in other EU member states, and Norway. Western Balkan beneficiaries, of course, are benefiting but also contributing to the instrument. The instrument started to operate from 2009, first in the public sector, but as respective Eftimiadis said at the beginning, without mutual cooperation between public and private sector, there is no success on the ground. We consider that, and in 2012, we started with the Western Balkan EDIF platform, enterprise development platform, so we are supporting the private sector development as well via different blending mechanism. So since 2020, WBIF is part of the economic investment plan. Speaking about the numbers, 212 private sector projects with the total amount of almost 23.1 billion are financing currently. But not only in the private sector here, we have EFSE, we have Green Growth Instrument, we have also REAP Plus, that are tools for support the private sector. Achieved results are numerous. I don't want to list them now. So the main intervention areas are sustainable transport, clean energy, environment and climate, digital future, private sector, and human capital. We have to admit that here we can speak about different sectors, but we have to admit that in all sectors there is a digitalization. There is no connectivity without digitalization. That's why in the private sector we strongly emphasize importance of digitalization, and in our Western Balkan Guarantee Facility, AFCD+, we have two pillars, open architecture and EIB dedicated investment window. WBIF blending investment and private and public priorities will be soon recognized on the ground. Speaking about the new financing perspective, you can see that in sustainable transport we plan fast, efficient transport link, future sustainable, supporting the extension of TEN-T network, use of digital and clean technology. Then clean energy, clean connectivity, decarbonization, again with the greening clean energy, with digitalization, then environment and climate change, decarbonization, depollution, digital future as a separate sector we extended, so competitiveness and private sector and human development. What are the results from the first package approved for 2021? 21 project, 1.1 billion of IPA 3, because it is a blending facility, so we have contribution from EU, from loans, and different bilateral donors. What does it mean in project? In the digital, we are investing in development and a rural broadband infrastructure to ensure universal access to the Western Balkans countries everywhere, clean energy, development of renewable energy sources, construction of solar power plants, then construction of wastewater treatment plants, social construction of new buildings in university, children's hospitals, and connectivity, building connectivity corridors. In practice, it means that we are investing, we are making calls for proposals for public investments, for grants and for technical assistance, for private investments as well. But here we have new risk-sharing instruments, new guarantee facility, EFCD+, guarantees for infrastructure and digital infrastructure. The objective is to accelerate the region digital transformation, increase access to affordable broadband connectivity, increase quality, sustainability of digital and data infrastructure, improve interregional and interregional connectivity, foster the capacity of digital technology to support a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy, promote support of different digital innovation hubs, and also digital entrepreneurship, including women and youth. Competitiveness of the private sector is very much linked to the robust private sector, to develop robust private sector to the region, to support micro, small, and medium enterprises and startups. But here we have very special policy-first approach with the WBIF instruments, blending guarantees and guarantee facilities, and we are taking care of making synergies between different instruments, avoiding overlapping, and use synergies with different instruments and avoid contributing to the development on the ground. Our focus is on the underserved priorities so far, greening the MSMEs, attracting private capital, digital transition, reforms priorities to ground in capital for foreign direct investment, private partnerships, then underserved instruments, financial seed capital, general equity, financing, pension funds, insurance funds, and others. As I mentioned, youth is in the center of the and startups of our focus, spin-offs, rural MSMEs, and also incubators, investment funds, and other sectors. Examples for possible projects and programs is via blending, building on EU SMEs competitiveness program with loans, with TA, focus on sustainable agriculture and trade, sub-focus, of course, on gender equality and agribusiness chain. At the end, I would like to emphasize that digitalization is everywhere, in every and each sector, in each project as a horizontal issues. However, we need all our forces, all knowledge available on the ground for creation of mature projects that will contribute for a resilient, digitalized future economies in line with EU standards. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kalosevska, on presenting the WBIF activities, especially on digital transformation, but not only on this direction. Shift again to Greek.
There is a slight change with our project because Mrs. Paraskevy Dramaliotti, who is the president of National Center for Public Administration and Local Government, should take her flight to Athens soon. So she's going to have the floor right now. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Kalafatis for inviting me, and I would like to congratulate you for the excellent organization. Dear Secretary Generals, Ministers, dear Presidents, dear Professors, I would like to say that digital transformation is on the core of the discussions. The Prime Minister has given emphasis on it. In a presentation of his, he said that this transformation is a breakthrough, focusing on human beings and their lives and in transition to an to a fair society and a fair economy. In this framework set out by the Prime Minister and in cooperation with the ministries, the Ministry for Interior and Digital Governance, we have set out and drawn up new programs. Our cooperation with Microsoft is very important, as Mr. Voridis said. We're going to, we have trained around 5,000 public servants in cooperation with Microsoft. At first, we trained the public sector servants who are specialized in informatics. And now we will continue the training offered by Microsoft in order to train more public servants. We have signed a new memorandum of cooperation with Microsoft. The results are very good, and the training has to do with cloud technology. And now we're going to have the certification of some trainers so that we will continue these programs having the support by Microsoft. So we are preparing public sectors who will be mature technologically. It is very important to work with the Ministry for Digital Governance, because whenever we have a new platform created, we provide the suitable and respective training. We work together with programs of digital transformation that are implemented in countries abroad, like Harvard and other universities. We are also preparing a program for training public servants in the analyst of digital policy, and in two more sectors that didn't exist before. The French Public Administration School will work together with the ministry in order to organize this training course, and this will help our servants to choose new career paths during their life. So we prepare the people who will work in the public sector in the field of informatics, information and communication. I would like also to tell you about the international cooperations we have, especially with Balkan countries. We have a network of cooperation with Albania, Romania, and Serbia for know-how, for technology exchange. In the National Center of Public Administration, we will set up a unit that will be in charge of offering and giving our know-how to Balkan countries. I think that's very important. We also have other programs that have rich content in close cooperation between public and private sector. This cooperation between public and private sector is our compass for a public administration that will be more open, more flexible, and more effective, and more friendly to contemporary citizens. That is all I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Dramagliotti. What you do is very important, that is to train public servants.
Hansis, I think he will be remotely with us. Okay.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. So Mr. Alex Hansis is the managing director of Tekos from Slovenia, who will talk about the activities of his company towards digital transformation of companies in Slovenia. So please, you have 10 minutes. Please try to keep the time schedule so that we are able to follow the program until 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation and kind presentation. I'm very honored to be here. I will present today a case example of how Slovenia helped the digitalization of its country and its industry. One of the examples. I'm coming from Tekos, Slovenian Tool and Die Development Center. We have been established almost 30 years ago by Slovenian government, City Celje and Chamber of Commerce to help the Slovenian industry. At that time, so 30 years ago, there was no talk of the digitalization. It was to upfront and to enhance the Slovenian industry. From since then, we developed to a world-renowned technological center, cluster, and also DIH, and we are helping Slovenian industry, solving problems that they have in their production. So getting them latest technology, design optimization, troubleshooting, and everything industry needs basically to get their production going. We are not just, I would say, day-to-day solver. We are working together with companies basically to be their strategic partner into the development. So into the development of their production, of their of their products and their development, and also the circular environment and how to help to better their carbon footprint. Our activities are divided into the main pillar. First, it's services for the companies in the terms of engineering services. So this is where new technologies are coming in, new products are developed. We are helping them to build prototype. We are making help to digitize their production. Then we do together research, especially with the companies and for the companies, especially in the field of digitalization and new materials. We help them acquire new knowledge. We are also vet educational facility. We can make new transfer of new knowledge to them very quickly and very effectively because we know their problems, we know what are their needs, and we give them their knowledge right away and very effectively. And at the end, we are also industrial association. We are also digital innovation hub for industry and basically doing everything that is needed for the Slovenian production companies to get new knowledge, to get new businesses, to network, to get together with other companies. And also we are representing their interest to the Slovenian government and also EU. Our basic engineering services range from the development of new products, structural analysis, simulation, scanning, prototyping, 3D printing, and also assembling the whole production lines basically to digitize them. We also do a lot of research. It's research on materials, processing technologies, Industry 4.0, lifetime assessment, circular environment, advanced analysis, and of course mechatronics and industrial sensors. It's very important that we also support companies in getting the funding, whether it's national funding or EU funding, basically to get the funding for the research and implementation of new technologies and new products. We have more than 600 projects each year. We work with all Slovenian biggest companies as are Gorenje, Collector, Bosch, Siemens, and also we work for abroad. Around 10% of our services is for major European companies. I would like to present you some basic examples of how we are doing, how we are helping Slovenian industry to get new knowledge and especially how to digitize their production. One of the best examples is strategic partnership of Factories of the Future. This is government-backed partnership between companies, between research institutions, and between government directly, where we bring together more than 80 companies into, I would say, super cluster, and where we try to influence, we gather their knowledge, we gather their needs, and we try to be as a mediator between them and the government, what are the industry needs, and we try to transfer the knowledge from the research institutions, from educational institutions, from networking institutions, directly to the companies. We are now working almost 5 years. We have also some investments from the government, so we can basically have funds for our working. And there's some good success stories of how we succeed and how we make partnership for the companies to get the needed knowledge, to get the needed industry experience, and basically make breakthroughs of new products, technologies, and services on the global market. The second example is also Slovenia is backing up Digital Innovation Hub. At TEKOS, we have designed and established Digital Innovation Hub for Slovenian industry. Based on the interest from the small and medium companies, which expressed very high demand for supplying prototyping, for demonstration, for testing, for quickly finding solutions, and basically bringing the technologies and digitalization for their companies. Based on their needs, we have made strategical partnership. And through this partnership, we have established Digital Innovation Hub Manufacturing. This is strictly oriented for the manufacturing companies and especially oriented for the small and medium companies, because these are the companies that are lacking the most the knowledge, the expertise, and also the manpower to get the things done and to get the new technologies into their workflow process. We are basically through this we are creating national, international value chains. We are supporting in acquiring funding. We are doing testing and prototyping for them. We are training in SMEs in new technologies, and we are training existing and future experts. This is very important because the main thing that companies are lacking these days is manpower, it's lack of workers, and it's lack of expertise. And we are helping with that so they can get new people and they can get new expertise to work as efficiently as possible in global market. The last example that I want to show you is also a high impact action for industrial transition, which was proposed directly from the EU Union to Slovenian government. And together with Slovenian government, we have established a freeway consortium between TECOS, between Slovenian government, Ministry of Economics Affairs, and between EU to back five projects on the field of digitalization and to help them to digitize their production. It was very successful. TECOS managed the whole project and managed the cascade funding that companies applied inside of this program. At the end, we had 5 pilot stories that showed that it's possible to basically connect the experts, connect the companies, but also connect through the government to get the expertise needed and to enhance and digitize their production. So we are doing, beside that, also a lot of other things which all the clusters need have to do to make as possible for the companies to ease this transition to the digitized age. This is most important because most of the companies, especially small companies, are lacking courage and are lacking knowledge of what digitalization in their companies means and what can bring to them. So we are here for them to make this happen and to basically make them a worthy player on the global market. We have now coordinated many projects together with the companies, and we are also very proud that we include our members and our partners into the candidature for large European projects that are meaning to bring new technologies to the Slovenian companies. We are doing this through our cluster activities. We are doing this through our equipment that we have at our facilities. We are doing this through specialized training. We have very good experts here that we make around 40 to 50 seminars per year. And we can also offer job qualification to the companies so they can have official titles for their workers and their engineers. And we are doing this now for almost 30 years. We are situated in Celje. It's a little bit outside Ljubljana. We have now 22 employees, roughly 1.8 million yearly budget. And we are very proud that we also support not only Slovenian companies, but also a lot of foreign companies come for our expertise to help them to develop new processes and new technologies. We are, because of the demand of the foreign companies, we also obtained ISO certificate. And basically, we're doing this now for 30 years. And hopefully we have a lot of clients from all over Europe and also Slovenia that we help them to make basically their dreams come true and to launch new products as effectively as with less material, less energy consumption, and being green and with green production to be less, to be more environmentally friendly in these times. So thank you very much. If you need any kind of contact from me, I'm available. And if there's any questions, I would be glad to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hansis. I think that your activities on Industry 4.0, on digital twins, can play an important role on collaborations with other Balkan countries. I'm sure, for example, at CERT, where I work, would be interested to collaborate with your company in many aspects.
Thank you,
thank you very much. And now we can continue with Ms. Dragana Becic. Assistant Director of the Office for IT and E-Government of the Government of the Republic of Serbia, which will talk to us, yes please, about the national policy of Serbia towards digital transformation. Please try, yes, try to be within 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello to everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Papadopoulos, for invitation. I will try to be quite brief and to try to explain what Serbia did in the past 5 years. So Office for IT and E-Government is let's say, a quite young government body that was established 5 years ago. Before 5 years, Serbian government with the Prime Minister Ana Brnabić said that digitalization, further development of electronic services and digital transformation is the must and the first priority within the government. Now, 5 years after, we have some quite good results, so I will be quite brief. Office for IT and E-Government is first of all in charge for the National Portal of Electronic Services. There are more than 1,000 electronic services for citizens, for businesses, but also for the government. Also, for the past 5 years, we established completely new electronic identification portal. We established cloud signing, and now, for example, signing documents for businesses and citizens are via mobile phones. There are no needs for installation of any softwares on your PCs, tablets. There is only one application that is in your mobile phone. Also, Office for IT and E-Government, before 5 years, started working on National Open Data Portal. There was a new thing before 5-6 years, but now we can say that we have more than 2,000 data sets, more than 6,000 resources. We have 38 examples of use, broad mobile application that are developed from startups and academia. Yes, and also our job is to develop infrastructure in Serbia. For the past 5 years, beside developing of ITC government network, we established 2 data centers. Government data center. One data center is located in the Belgrade. It is a Tier 3 data center, but also in the city of Kragujevac, we built the secondary data center that has 2 objects. First objects, as you can see in the pictures, are for government and local self-government bodies, but it also has a part for commercial user. The second object that we opened before a few months is for Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, and secret services within the government. It meets 99.999, the highest standard, and all systems in data center in Kragujevac are 2N. The interesting thing is that the data center also have a place for commercial users, and that we have IT companies that are using services of our data center for themselves. And before a few months, Oracle Corporation opened the regional data center in Kragujevac, so the Oracle now from Kragujevac, okay, not from now, but in the next few months, will deliver services to Oracle users in these parts of Europe. Definitely, our next, all this that we've done for the past 5 years is not just the development of electronic services. We completely changed the education system. Our pupils from the first grade of elementary school are starting to learn Python, Scratch, Jupyter. We have specialized IT high schools, and all technical faculties in Serbia gaining more and more students each year. We also are trying, and we also changed the mindset of public servants. Definitely COVID-19 was a big push-up to all those bureaucrats in government to change mindset and to see that, okay, we have a global pandemic, nothing is working, the counters are closed, but government didn't stop working, students didn't stop learning and giving their exams, and we definitely change their mindset. Also, there are lots of now, within the training center for government service, we have now courses for data science, for blockchain. We start to change also the mindset of public servants. Definitely now we are preparing for the fourth industrial revolution, and the development of AI is a high priority within the Serbian government. In 2019, Serbia was, I think, among 20 countries that had the strategy for AI with action plan. In December last year, we launched the first national AI platform from Kragujevac. We have NVIDIA AI platform that government is using for government needs, but also we are giving those resources to community, to academia, to startup. So we signed, as we like to, as the government likes, MYUs and gave those resources for institutes, faculties, for science technology parks, 15 startups. They are using resources free of charge. They are developing their products. And also, together with the World Economic Forum, we established Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution with two expertise, the further development of AI and the development of bioinformatics in the future. As we know that the priority within the new government definitely will be further development of e-health, biotechnologies, because the future definitely came. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Betsic, for presenting also best practices from the Republic of Serbia towards digital transformation. I think now, and I can shift again to Greek, since the last two speakers are Greek.
Yes, I would like to call to the floor Mr. Tassos Dzikas, the president of Thessaloniki International Fair, Helexposei, and chairman of Technopolis Thessaloniki ICT Business Park. He will talk to us about the plans of these bodies towards digital transformation. Thank you, Mr. Tavares.
The organizers, Mr. Papadopoulos, it's a honor for me to be here in this event. I would like to thank the Ministry of Interior of Macedonia and Thrace, and also I would like to welcome our colleagues from all over Balkans, because we are living in a time of huge digital changes and throughout the world, and we need such events in order to exchange experience, to collaborate and to network. And now I will shift in Greek, keeping the speaking model of the other speakers. Okay.
So I have just said we live at a time when digital transformation has become absolutely necessary if we want to be competitive as economies and justice as human beings to contemporary conditions. In the last 2 decades, all the Balkans have made efforts in order to create a common area in the Balkans. I have the impression that this effort has weakened in recent years. Although concerning the digital sector, all Balkan countries have made important and significant progress. I'm saying this because I remember back in 1996, when I was a member of informatics businesses in Northern Greece, we organized the first Balkan informatics conference. I believe that many things have changed since then. All the countries have moved on forward. They have valuable and credible human resources. I believe that events like the Balkan Forum today can help us to create a single Balkan Digital Forum. I can tell you what the organizations where I participate do towards this end. I'm the president of Thessaloniki International Fair and of Technopolis Thessaloniki. I will talk about two initiatives. The first one has to do with Thessaloniki International Fair, TIF for short. In Thessaloniki, in TIF, we have been trying to create a big technology exhibition called Beyond, following the model of MWC in Barcelona. There is the need to set up an exhibition that will gather all new technologies from the Balkans, Southeastern Europe, and Eastern Mediterranean here in the region. This year, the second Beyond was held from the 29th of September up to the 1st of October. It was a very successful exhibition. It gathered, besides the people from the government, 11,000 visitors, 300 companies that presented their products in 5 stages, where more than 600 speakers from all over the world spoke, from Europe, the Balkans, and the USA. We had 22 sponsors, more than 100 startups. 5 ministers announced their policies on these sectors, and we had representatives of 450 municipalities and communities in Greece. So, Beyond was a feast of new technologies. I believe that this year we have managed to set Beyond exhibition on the map of world technology exhibitions. And this year, in the following years, this Beyond can bring in contact the new technology sector from the Balkans and worldwide. That's why we believe that Beyond is an important event for new technologies. So, dear friends from the rest of the Balkans, we would like to invite you in May 2023, because in May 23 we will organize the third Beyond exhibition. Beyond will be held in May from now on and not in October, because in May there is need for pan-European events. So I think Beyond will be a good opportunity to pave new technologies for the Balkans. A second initiative, you can still see here images from the second Beyond. That was the commercial spot advertising Beyond. 150 startups, top speakers from all over the world. That was a few things that it was said there. A second important initiative, which I believe has helped people and professionals from new technologies and digital world to meet was the creation of the first high technology park here in Thessaloniki. This park is called Technopolis. Similar efforts to create technological parks, incubators and clusters exist in the Balkans already. Technopolis was one of the first ones that was set up in Thessaloniki, as Mr. Efthimiadis said earlier, because he has taken up the responsibility to create a second such park called Thesintech. Technopolis was the first such technology and business park that was created in Thessaloniki. It meant that ICT businesses became mature and adult to create this park. At that time, we all realized that if we wanted to further develop technology, we should create technology parks where private and public sector would cooperate through the creation of incubators and through the creation of clusters. The mic is off. Could you please tell the speaker to turn on his mic? Thank you. In 2001, we decided to create a next generation ICT business park that is Technopolis. There, 60 SMEs companies of the ICT sector participated, as well as two universities of the city, the Aristotle and the Macedonia University, CERT, the Research and Technology Institution, and the American Farm School, and the region for Macedonia and Thrace. That was a model for the development of a technological park. Why did we choose Thessaloniki back then? Because we had realized that Thessaloniki was centrally located, not only for Greece, but for the Balkans. So having Technopolis in Thessaloniki, we could create a hotspot for businesses in the Balkans. Our objective and goal was to create a friendly and functional workplace for businesses where we would offer a state-of-the-art infrastructure that could welcome foreign investments. And this is happening nowadays. Big multinational companies choose Thessaloniki. Why are they doing that? Because Thessaloniki has developed an ecosystem of ICT companies. It has important universities, both private and public universities. One of the private ones is City College. We do have excellent human resources for this investment. That was the target. And despite the difficulties that we have gone through in the well-known crisis, the decade was a good one for Technopolis. Here you can see all the years. It was like a race. In 2001, we established the company. In 2005, we had the first government approval. In 2008, we set up the first infrastructure. In 2001, we built Logismos and the incubator buildings. In 2012, Octibad and MLS were set up. In 2018, Deloitte decides to invest in Technopolis. Deloitte is the most important foreign investment in Thessaloniki. More than 1,000 people of high specialization work in Deloitte today. And 2022, other companies are getting ready to build and be included in Technopolis, among them CERT. In this video, you can see the prospects and perspectives of Technopolis.
Welcome to the Business Innovation Center in Technopolis. Technopolis aims to be the largest high-tech business park in Southeastern Europe's fastest-growing innovation hub, Thessaloniki, a city by the sea, home to scientists, and a historic cultural trade center. Encompassing an area of 94,000 square meters, it is in strategic proximity to business and research and development activities. This unique development project bridges business intelligence with the local economy and the global market. Thanks to the city's vibrant startup community, the Business Innovation Center offers immense possibilities, creating synergies and a tight network of knowledge exchange. With a capacity of up to 10,000 square meters, this modular building complex within Technopolis will bring added value and synergies to the area. With customization options and full autonomy, it also has the flexibility to adapt to varied industry needs with turnkey solutions. Most importantly, it establishes an agile business ecosystem ready to host leading innovative companies from IT and R&D to education and biomedicine, while cultivating creativity and attracting talent. The Business Innovation Center invites those intuitive individuals and companies to invest, offering buy or lease options. Business Innovation Center. Pursue tomorrow.
This is Technopolis and the prospects that it has in the following decade. We have also created an AI, artificial intelligence cluster for businesses that want to invest in AI. It has already become active, and we also have the incubator, Technopolis Incubator, that has been in operation since 2010. Beyond the Technopolis are two initiatives that help to create this common area for technologies in the Balkans. But in order to achieve that, we must keep young people in Greece, in Thessaloniki, in Skopje, in Bucharest, in Sofia, so that they won't emigrate to countries that are more technologically advanced. That is why the Thessaloniki International Fair has started a big project to redevelop its exhibition grounds. I would like to present you this plan. You can see on the map the grounds, the convention and exhibition grounds that exist nowadays. This is our master plan. We want to turn this area into a park for its 55% and the rest to be exhibition and convention center. We are planning for it to be ready by 2026. In the southern part, you can see the green areas that will be a state-of-the-art park, and in the northern, eastern, and northern western part, we have the exhibition center and the business center that also includes a hotel. This is a truly development plan. It's a new fair that will be more attractive for Thessaloniki, that will serve the needs of the citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dzikas. Indeed, your actions at personal level and not only have helped the city of Thessaloniki to develop greatly in the last 10 years through Technopolis and through TIF. I firmly believe that we should support beyond exhibition because it focuses on new technologies. I would like to invite the last speaker, Mr. Dimitris Goulas, who is the economic analyst at and he's a co-author of Human 4.0, the book on the fourth industrial revolution. So he will be sharing some data that apply to most of the Balkan countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tavaras. I will be speaking in Greek. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Papadopoulos and the Ministry for the kind invitation. And of course, I would like to welcome all the participants from all the foreign countries. As Mr. Giovanna said, my name is Dimitris Goulas. I'm an economic analyst, and I have scientifically co-authored the book Human 4.0 that we have written along with Mr. Dimitris Lakassas. So we see that Balkan Forum is an institution for the whole of the Balkans, and the number of attendants today proves this fact. This year's Balkan Forum, the fourth one, raises the most important issue, that is the digital transformation. So we must first of all understand what and define what digital transformation is. So according to the IBM definition, digital transformation is the change occurring inside organizations when they adopt innovative ways of changing their operation based on the technological developments. Or in simpler words, it concerns the process of changing something through digital tools, by using digital tools. So personally, I identify two pillars on which we have to focus. The first one are technologies, and the second one is this change of the mindset, of the culture. These are the two prerequisite conditions of digital transformation. In the first part, some basic technologies are artificial intelligence, cloud and cybersecurity. So all these parameters are the fourth digital revolution that we're all experiencing. The lack or the malfunction of processing is much more evident than its presence. What do I mean? If a company has an e-commerce department, the website, and it is present in the mass media, the social media, this is something normal. This is a normal thing. If it does not, then it has a very big gap, a very big deficit. But now let's see the second factor that is extremely important, and it is culture and mindset. Changes are always difficult for people, but today this is what we are called to do. We must focus on changing the mindset at all the levels of the organizations that we're talking about today. And as Churchill said, to improve means to change. To be perfect is to change often. So let's take a look at some key indicators. The digital economy indicator. The digital economy and social index of the European Commission is the most reliable and credible one. So Greece is at one of the lowest, is at a low place, at the 26th place out of 27 countries. This index is developed on four axes. The first one concerns human resources. The second one, connectivity. The third one, the integration of digital technology, and the fourth one are digital public services. So Greece is at the 22nd place out of the 27 countries in all categories. Now, as for the lack of culture and mindset, there's a very simple example that we can extract from the index. Only 12% of the businesses are upskilling and training their employees on digital technology, while in the European Union the average is 20%. Now, as for the use of basic technologies such as artificial intelligence and cloud computing, our percentage is less than half of the European average. So in other Balkan countries that are hosted today, we see Slovenia at the 11th place with excellent performance in the integration of digital technologies. They are at the 9th place there. We have Croatia at the 21st place and 9th in terms of human resources, while Bulgaria is at the 26th place in total, but they are at the 19th place when we're talking about interconnectivity. So we are in all 4 categories at a very low place. So we have to take this into account. What is also concluded by the survey is that things are changing and there's a huge improvement over the last years. As it is clearly defined by the survey, our country has marked impressive progress compared to the other European country members, and we are now trying to cover the gap and bridge the gap and catch up with the rest of the countries. There's a specific reference on the National Academy of Digital Skills and other initiatives that have helped Greece to improve its position. All these are also evidenced and proven by the recent investments that have taken place in Thessaloniki by Cisco or by Google, the recent one. And in Thessaloniki, we also have investments of Cisco and Pfizer and Accenture. This shows that the landscape is changing. Thessaloniki and Northern Greece in general, thanks to the Technopolis and the Thesintech, the EKETA and the OKThes, is creating a new ecosystem of innovation with very good perspective and potential. Thessaloniki, there's an index called Most Innovative Cities, and Thessaloniki is at the 30th, is 338th place. These investments and the change of mindset that is now emerging increases the potential of Thessaloniki to become a European capital of innovation, as it was the case in 2018. So the big bet is all this generated knowledge, innovation, and the results of research to go back to the society to be capitalized by the national and the local economy at the national and at the international level. So it is very important to develop synergies between the Balkan countries in order to exchange knowledge, to transfer know-how and best practices in specialized sectors of digital transformation. Personally, I believe that the digital agenda for the Western Balkans should be expanded to all the Balkan countries. At this moment, it is only addressed to 6 countries. We assess digital transformation based on 3 axes: businesses, public sector, and scientific sector. This is the triple helix of innovation, and it is very important in order to generate innovation and to proceed with digital transformation. As I'm an economic analyst, I would like also to mention the activities of the Exporters Association, where I am the economic analyst. We are taking initiatives in order to analyze and to promote and raise the awareness on all these issues. We are organizing many seminars and workshops. We also have the Committee of Digital Transformation. So in concluding, I would like to mention that we have to catch up with the 4th industrial revolution. We have to run faster, and we have to accelerate all our processes because Greece is not a technology-intensive country yet. But we are more mature today, and this is proven. We have an excellent human resources. We attract technology-intensive investments. The startup ecosystem in Greece is excellent, and it is ever developing. In 2021, we had a record with $4.5 billion of capitalization, and we have a clear digital strategy for Greece. So it is important to develop new technologies on one hand, and on the other hand, to cultivate the mindset of transformation based on information, training, and collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Goulias. You brought us back to reality with all these indexes. So it is food for thought for all of us. We have to accelerate. We have to move faster. Allow me to make one or two comments before closing this session. First of all, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, but we have to think that during the three first industrial revolutions, people were not aware that they were experiencing or they were participating in an evolving procedure that results in an industrial revolution. In this fourth industrial revolution, we gave it a name, we named it, and then we started implementing it. This entails a risk. I believe that it will never end as an industrial revolution, but it will include the fifth or the sixth or the seventh industrial revolution, because the time in which things are changing very, very quickly. So I believe that the response of every country to what we call today fourth industrial revolution will play a major role in where each country will stand in the next 10 years. And the second comment, I would like to underline the comment by Mr. Tsikas that this event, Balkan Forum, must bring together our countries again. We must jointly plan some actions, maybe next year, some memoranda of cooperation on specific sectors. That will not only stay on paper, but they will bring real practical actions, joint actions, because it is high time to collaborate and to work together on the key axis of digital transformation, because digital transformation is changing all the Balkan countries. If we don't have much time for questions, but if you have any question for the speakers, we are at your disposal. The question is off mic, so we cannot translate. I'm really sorry.
Οπότε λοιπόν δεν σκέφτηκα, δεν νομίζω.
Εμείς σας ακούμε.
Ωραία.
So, I think it would be good for everybody to clarify the developmental prospect of the city in terms of digital and technological development. I would like to thank Mr. Goulias for bringing us back to earth. We must not believe that our achievements over the last 2 years, especially in the field of service provision, we have to realize that we have to try hard to become better. Okay, let me say a few words, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Eftimiadis. No, I don't agree. We were not bad. These indexes presented by Mr. Goulias are well known to everybody, but the largest project of information technology in Greece was carried out by the information technology companies in the 90s. So the largest project was the digital organization of enterprises and businesses. Greece was very high in the rating, and this was due to the Greek information technology companies like Singular, Unisoft, etc. So what we didn't have, however, was from the side of the state, the understanding What was lacking was the understanding that these companies is a wealth, is an asset that can lead Greece to the adoption of a new strategy, new technological strategy for the country. So we've lost many, many bets. Although the human resources and the companies were ready, we've lost a lot of time. So now it's high time to win this bet. These two initiatives prove that we are starting to act. We decided to implement the project of Technopolis in 2001. So it was at the peak of the IT companies in Greece. Many companies have tried to become extrovert. So when we became more business mature, we created this company and we took the initiative for the creation and the development of Technopolis. Then we had the financial crisis, etc. However, Technopolis has a very good 10-year future. And we see that, we realize that from the foreign investments that are coming to Thessaloniki. Back then, Mr. Christopoulos was also a president of the Technological Park. So the next step of the Technological Park, that was an initiative of the Industries Association of Northern Greece, was Thesintech. Thesintech is looking forward. It is going to attract large investments that we can support, that we can support, and I do believe that the next 2 years we will see that Thessaloniki will change. We lost a lot of time, although we had many comparative advantages that we did not exploit, and these were the IT companies and the human resources. The objective and the goal is common: the development of Thessaloniki as a technological hub. And the reason why it's lasted so many years, we started since 1995. So we started with the technological park, and then and then Tasso Tsikas came and said, okay, you're losing time, I will do it better than you. And yes, he did something practical, and he created the Technopolis. And then another team, private team, came in partnership with the public sector, and they said, Mr. Tsikas, you're losing time, so we will do it even better. We will make something additional. We will do something supplementary. So, Mr. Tsikas, you have 60 or 70 companies developing there, and you have the largest IT company making investments. Now we will bring in these same premises all the academic labs and research centers and companies to be co-hosted in the same premises, to coexist in the same premises. So this whole story is due to the fact that there was no specific strategy for the development of innovation in Greece when we had to have such a strategy. I was impressed by the presentation of Serbia. Serbia is saying that, okay, we have a specific strategy. I also was impressed by the presentation from Slovenia. They said that now we're selling products. All these things delayed in Greece because there was no central strategy, and this is all of the governments of the last 30 years are to blame for this. And finally, the initiative was taken again by the private sector. And what Mr. Voridis said in the morning is very, very important. We have to modernize the state fast, because otherwise we will have a huge gap created between the needs of the private sector and the services provided by the public sector. But finally, we must be very happy because through the public-private partnership, we managed to serve our common objective. It's not bad to say that, yes, we made mistakes and, yes, we delayed, but it is brave to understand our mistakes and move forward.
One more question.
My question is for Ms. Kaliosevska. Thank you very much for elaborating on the Balkan investment framework, and congratulations for bringing in so many partners. I've noticed you mentioned bilateral donors, and then there were several international financial institutions, development banks, Now all these partners have their own agendas, and if you succeed in attracting private investors for your blended operations, they will also have their specific interests and expertise in specific sectors. So my question to you as a national delegate for North Macedonia is how will you ensure that your national priorities and your pertinent projects and what you want to invest are going to get forward in a way, in a transparent way, and they are not going to be overlooked by so many other interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I have to say that, of course, Western Balkan Investment Framework is a platform that is working with the governments, not just in our country, but also on the Western Balkans. And speaking about the infrastructure project especially, one of the main preconditions to participate in the Western Balkan in WBIF practically is to have list of priority projects that are with the strategies behind. So we wanted to have clear vision of the government, not just our government, but governments in all countries, clear European perspective, because these projects are not just clear infrastructure. They are also kind of modernization, Europeization of the countries, and that's why they cannot be implemented just with the government policies. Private sector is at the heart of our projects. So synergies between private sector, governments, European Commission funds, we have to be very smart in these trying periods of crisis to extract as much as possible, to be reliable, because at the end of the day, we are using taxpayers' money. So we have to be accountable. We have to enforce all our knowledge to invest in the future of our kids in our region. Thank you.
Sorry, but we are running out of time, and I think most of us need the coffee break. So let's go for the coffee break. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Πολύ ωραία. Νομίζω ότι μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε, κυρίες και κύριοι.
We can start, ladies and gentlemen.
You watching us over the telco. Είναι χαρά μου να σας καλωσορίσω στη δεύτερη θεματική.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this second session of this year's Balkan Forum on digital transformation, convergences and networks in the Balkans of the public and self-governing bodies. We have 7 very, very interesting speakers that will address relevant topics. So without delaying, I would like to invite the Secretary General of Information Systems for Public Administration, Mr. Professor Dimosthenis Anagностopoulos, to address the audience. You have 10 minutes, dear Secretary General. Thank you.
Τη σημερινή κιόλας συνάντηση.
I would like to thank you for the kind invitation in this forum on the best practices in the Balkans and especially in West Eastern Europe. Talking about best practices and networks, because from our side, as you may know, we have tried from the beginning as the Ministry of Digital Governance to apply some good practices that we have included in our legal framework, and they are applied with very good results. So I would like to mention 3 of them. The first one concerns electronic services that are developed on a single platform with on a single portal, gov.gr. Mr. Pierakakis has been talking about this portal. It is very important to have a single portal where all citizens can serve their needs. But single access for us is also a matter of single identification of the citizens. This is why we have decided to have single codes that are used by the citizens, the so-called TaxisNet codes. So these single codes can be used for all public services. This way, all citizens do not have to have separate codes for every system, so they can join all platforms with the same codes. And to safeguard the safety of transactions, we have an extra safety mechanism, and we have taken into account the web banking codes, so that if someone is using web banking services with safety standards, they can also use the same codes for the public services. So we have single codes and we have more safety for the transactions that are carried out electronically. This is not something theoretical. Think of what was happening in the past when we had multiple systems with different codes. At the international level, there were examples, for example, in the vaccination in Los Angeles, they have delayed to apply some practices because there were many systems with different access using different access method, and this delayed the use of public services. The second factor is interoperability. This means that citizens can enter the website of a public service. He says what he wants to do, and then we draw all the necessary and we extract all the necessary data from the other public services automatically. So through a single portal, we safeguard that citizens can apply for a service, and we do all the rest automatically. This is must not taken for granted. In the past, we had to carry a huge pack of papers and documents to submit to the competent authority or public service. This way, we have applications such as the fuel pass, where we had the fuel subsidy, where one citizen could apply for the fuel pass automatically. We knew if the vehicle belongs to this citizen, if it is insured or not, and if the citizen is eligible for the subsidy or not. Otherwise, the citizens should submit all these documents, should scan all these documents at least, and this would increase the cost and could increase the trouble for the citizens, and it would increase the cost for the services that had to collect all this paper in order to see if someone is beneficiary or not. So everything is done automatically. You take the consent of the citizen, and you can verify if the data and the personal details of the citizen make them beneficiaries of a subsidy or not. Third, the cloud. So we adopted the first cloud policy, and we pioneered in this issue, and we have also adopted the hybrid cloud policy. So we have the non-premise infrastructure, but we also have the public cloud infrastructure, and we receive the best and suitable, appropriate services from these two technologies. We also collaborate with companies such as Google and Microsoft and Amazon, providing services from different manufacturers and developers, so we can select the best services from a wide range of developers. It is important to have this trust by investors. I think it is a great success of our country. So in the field of data center, our country is entering dynamically the international space and landscape. Now, as for practices and the policies around cloud, we try to urge the private and the public sector to use the best, the optimal available technologies, no matter who the developer is, whether these are solutions that are locally available or solutions that are available in the public cloud, so they can use the best solutions. This way, we can build flexible applications that do not need a lot of infrastructure to apply, applications that can be developed in an agile and fast way. This is something that we want to do in the future as well, because this will provide us more and more flexibility and agility in order to be able to have the best technological solutions available. However, we also have some innovative ideas that we've applied. For example, digital appointments. Digital appointments is a technology that allows us to contact remotely, and the service that provides this facilitation, this solution to the customers, we can book, we can arrange an appointment, and so citizens can arrange an appointment for the public sectors, for the public services. We have the identification of the citizens, and this way we can arrange all the appointments between citizens and public servants. Our country is in a country with a lot of islands and with a lot of mountainous areas. So people living in remote areas can be served better through online teleconference at the moment that suits them best, and for the services and for the works that cannot be done otherwise. Furthermore, there's a huge benefit for the people who have mobility problems or they are disabled. So we can serve people who otherwise should authorize or delegate someone else to serve their needs. So the self-sufficiency is very, very important. It is safeguarded through the e-services that we provide. This is invaluable. So we focus and we lay emphasis to the people who have extra needs, and they can be served through digital technology. We now have 300,000 appointments, such digital appointments. You can realize how convenient this is for people, especially for people living in remote areas. It's a great benefit for the people living there in these remote areas, for the public services, and for the public servants who can serve citizens who live away. This is a perspective that will be further expanded in the future. Now, as for interoperability and cloud technologies, I would like to note that step by step, we also introduce European interoperability. This means to change data based on the GDPR standards in order to serve people who are outside our country. This way, We are open. A long debate is opened, and we're trying to establish a system where people living abroad to be served in with the data, with the extraction of data from the country where they of their country of origin. This way, we can serve citizens who are living, Greek citizens who are living out abroad. Networks are very, very important. There's no need to talk about the significance of networks. Networks are necessary in order to have the infrastructure that enable us to work from anywhere, and to provide services to a broader geographical area, to have access to data, to data center without any delay. You realize that there are such systems and applications that demand the slightest delay in the service of the citizens. These policies are not in theory. These are things that have been done, that have been included in the legal framework, and they have been applied and implemented. All these things have been implemented during in the recent years. For example, in the vaccination, we have created the platform that enabled us to pre-arrange the vaccination appointments, and citizens were able to know everything about their appointment. They knew about when is the next appointment. They could change their appointment. It was an interactive and a very active way of informing the citizens. Finally, you're using we are using an omni-channel approach. So you can take advantage of all these services through your mobile phone or your PC, and so citizens are able to be served from many different spots and channels. All these actions were successful. On this experience, we are building new actions in order to be able to serve the citizens in the best way and to change the way by which citizens are moving around throughout the territory. But also we are changing the international landscape. We believe that we have to increase the use of tools in order to improve the services provided to the citizens. This is why the Minister, Mr. Pierakakis, have talked about, in several occasions, have talked about we managed to put these actions into place. We feel that we have a very good success record, track record, and we are willing to continue working hard in order to implement all our national plans and actions. So I would also like to add that we are at the disposal of anyone that we can support in order to provide solutions, technological solutions. We want to create technological partnerships, and we want to share our know-how, the know-how that we have acquired, in order to create a broader network of people, of partners and collaborators to achieve our common objectives. So I would like to conclude by saying that I'm very happy to be here with you. It is very important to talk. It is very important to exchange views and opinions, and to jointly end up and conclude and end up to best practices that we can all apply. This is why I'm very happy to participate in this panel. And I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Macedonia and Thrace for taking this initiative. Thank you very much, Secretary General Professor Anagnostopoulos, for providing us a concise overview of what has happened up to now and what will happen in the near future. We have all witnessed what has been done in the field of digital governance. Thank you very much, Secretary General.
And now we move on without further delay to the next presentation. There has been a slight delay due to the different time zones in Europe, so I would like to move on directly to the Ministry for Interior, to Mrs. Valadzou, who is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Interior. Thank you very much.
I'm very happy to be here with you physically and to have the experience to meet with the personnel of the sector of Macedonia and Thrace in the Ministry of Interior. I would like to congratulate this year's Balkan Forum because we can see a better convergence of ideas and presentations, either online or physically. So in the end, we will all be richer concerning digitalization. It is obvious that from the previous presentations that digitalization moves really fast. So fast that we might consider that the society in general cannot absorb and keep up with it. But it seems that our society has managed to include and incorporate and integrate these digitalization changes. As the previous speaker said, although there had been important and significant changes in our everyday life and demanded technical knowledge and skills, the Greek society managed to embrace them and to adjust themselves, and they expect more. So the conclusion is that this digital transformation is necessary not only for the public sector and the services provided by it, but with the introduction new flexible forms and ways of labor and work, the so-called remote working or teleworking. As you know, the Ministry for Interior reacted really fast with the legislative framework of remote working. And all the principles of remote working are included in the legislation, and now we expect to see how it will be implemented in practice. So at national level, we have our legislation back in 2021, but what's happening at the European Union level? The European Commission assigned the Committee for Social Dialogue to draft a text that will take a legal form back in 2019. So tomorrow in Brussels, this digitalization agreement will be signed between the Minister for Public Administration in France, which is the steering committee of this committee, and the Secretary General of EPSO. After a process that was followed and included the adoption of all the ministers of public administration. And then its adoption by the competent body. What is the main characteristic of this European agreement on digitalization? It was touched upon by quite a number of speakers today, because it has to do with society. It is a social pact, a social agreement. The digitalization agreement tries to introduce the idea of social pact and follows the pillar of social rights in the European Union in order to have their expected results. Which is its scope? Its scope is the whole amount of people working in the public sector. Common minimum demands in the digitalization of procedures and labor digitalization, remote working. So this agreement foresees and provides for the digitalization as being part of social dialogue and collective bargaining and negotiation, so that workers will have a word to say from the very beginning of digitalization, especially concerning teleworking and the remote working. They believe that the remote employer and remote employees can enjoy all the rights that they have when they work in the facilities. What are these? Their payment, maternity leave, career evolution, no discrimination. So, in short, the individual and collective rights of employees remain the same in remote working. And according to the agreement, the trade union rights of information remain. Finally, it stipulates that the administration has to facilitate the communication between trade unions and employees. Thus, the employee, based on the principle of equal treatment, has the right to remote working. But the eligibility of remote working is determined by the nature and tasks of the task of the work. So if the worker, the employee refuses to work this way, there is no problem. Therefore, remote working is considered to be voluntary and reversible. Reversible by whom? Both by the employer and the employee. Therefore, following a relevant demand, remote working can be reversed so that the employee would work in the facilities on both ways, from both ways. In order to maintain social cohesion and to apply individual isolation, the number of days of remote working is agreed upon by the administration, between the administration and the employee, provided that there has been relevant consultation. Could I have 2 more minutes, please? What is the critical factor here? The good organization of services and the views of the employees. The agreement safeguards the right of employees to not to disconnect when their working hours are over. And the employer should provide the necessary equipment if the employee doesn't want to use their own equipment. Of course, the issue of security and safety is safeguarded. Finally, the agreement stipulates that the labor will be evaluated and assessed based on specific goals. And keep that in mind. So there must be clear, transparent, fair, and regularly revised goals jointly with the employees. Both employers and employees should be in a process of constant evaluation, both of the objectives and of the equality to access to teleworking. These were the issues that I consider to be the most important to present you in this framework. So the agreement assesses the risks and the benefits that derive from remote working. Potentially, remote working helps a lot to make employees autonomous. Autonomy or work of employees is one of the main benefits, but at the same time, we have the paradox of autonomy, that is the intensification and the addition of several working hours, because this intensification results from the employee himself. There is also the possibility to have a flexible working hours program. And in this way, we have improvement of labor because the employee is liberated from secondary importance tasks, so they can focus on primary tasks. Remote working also gives the possibility to population who didn't have the capability of working so far due to various issues, for example, disabilities. As for the risks, it refers to intensification, risks in health and safety, for example, physical inertia, electromagnetic fields, isolation, and finally, if the tool is not used in such a way, in the proper way, it might blur the limits between private life and working life. And there is a perception that there is a lack of protecting the personal data. So public administration and public services should assess these risks so that all the obligations of the employee concerning working conditions about their hygiene and safety should continue and be provided for the employee, so that the health of employees is guaranteed. But the employer should make a risk assessment that will allow him to create the new working environment. Additionally, they should take measures in order to prevent isolation, which is considered to be one of the most important problems of remote working. How? By frequent, regular physical contacts. Because in this way, we safeguard the effective and just organization of different tasks. It is considered that there is an additional provision by the employer to offer continuous training so that this digitalization of his work will be successful. Concerning personal data, it is obvious, according to the agreement, that this falls within the special laws or special agreements, and there is no need to say that he should comply with the general regulation on data protection. What does this mean in everyday practice? It means that the collection of data should be carried out only for a specific and transparent purpose. The agreement also refers to artificial intelligence. I know that I'm abusing the time that I had. AI is new, and it is going to be part of our legislation, and it provides something else compared to digitalization. I would like to refer to it. AI is considered to improve working conditions and is considered to support substantial work and labor. How does this happen? Because we find a better way to allocate tasks between machines and people. And at the same time, we should not forget that the experience and the capacity and ability, their emotional intelligence of human beings cannot be replaced by machines. How will this be achieved? It will be achieved thanks to human supervision. In other words, we must follow decision-making procedures through which we will have a clear and transparent decision to use AI. And in the end, we can say, yes, we should make user-friendly systems, but we should take into account that these systems should not underscore the employee so that he won't have any interest in working. And what about the user? Before telling you what this text says, and it's going to be adopted by the EU, I would like to express my view. I believe we should talk about the user first of all. According to the agreement, user access is guaranteed. And for this reason, we should definitely combine both physical and online service provision, either whether this is digitalized or not. But that's not enough. It stipulates that human contact should be safeguarded. And not only that, but also the user, the citizen, to have the possibility to have customized and individual attention. That is, we should never reach and end up in a model of automated decisions. This is one of the fundamental issues that are discussed about AI. In conclusion, remote working directly affects not only technological evolution, but it has also measurable and tangible results in human and working relations. That's why the Committee on Social Dialogue suggests that the main tool that we should use should be social dialogue. I would like to thank you for your attention. And I would like to tell you that we have tested all these in the Ministry for Interior during the pandemic, and we have comparative data between internal and external implementation of the model. If you have any questions on that, I can give you more information. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Mrs. Valenciou. And we move on now. I think we will have some time at the end for questions for the Q&A session. So now let's go to Belgrade.
I think you're still muted.
your perfect IT support have reminded me that I'm still,
Okay.
I'm still
Thank you.
muted.
So let me please introduce
So
you.
it's easy with them.
Yeah. Έχουμε κοντά μας την κυρία Σάντα.
So we have with us Mrs. Simic Sanda, who is the head of division of the Ministry of European Integration of Serbia. She will be sharing her experience on digital transformation in Serbia.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all for inviting me and giving us an opportunity to present the case in Western Balkans and in Serbia. Let me just see whether I can put the full screen. Okay, we tested it, so I think it's working. Also, I would like to greet all of my esteemed colleagues who are here at the panel, and as well and colleagues and friends who are attending the conference. And also, I would like to congratulate our Greek friends for organizing the Balkan Forum. For many years, it has been a great opportunity to interact. Unfortunately, we were struck by COVID and we didn't have an opportunity to do it in person, but I hope in next years it will improve. I'm doing within the Ministry of European Integrations, we are implementing territorial cooperation programs, Interreg programs. Majority of them are called Interreg programs. And it is very difficult to do the cooperation programs without personal contacts. I will use the PowerPoint presentation as a guide. This is the legal framework within the Republic of Serbia. As you can see, we had adopted a strategy for development of digital skills in 2020. The deadline for implementation is 2024, and it is really comprehensive strategy that is giving us very good basis for implementation of all the tools that we have. Before the strategy was developed, we had other strategies. So the strategy for development of digital skills used the goals from other strategies and took into account the absolutely very important aspect, and that is COVID, which speeded us up all. Regarding the digital transformation of the society. We have to say that not only using the e-government tools, but also for education as well, since our kids and students could not go in person to the faculty. So we all very urgently changed our habits, let's say, introduced new tools and adapted to new ways of doing things. In that way, Serbia, these are the data that are from the strategy for development of digital skills. We are having a census at this very moment, so we will have new statistical data as well. But as you can see, 34.2% of population has a full computer literacy. So this is not that good data. But we have 72% of households with computer, 73% of households are connected to internet. 99.3 companies are using computer, but only 37.3 of internet users. That is not of the whole population, but only 37% of internet users are using e-government services. However, our government have speeded up our activities in e-government field, let's say. And every day practically are introducing new services in e-government portal. All COVID data, all certificates, invitations for vaccinations, passports for vaccinations, etc., that was only done via in digital way, let's say. Of course, citizens could go to the post offices. That's the most frequent physical place where they could and most accessible, that they could go in physical way to take the papers. However, this was discouraged, let's say, and most of the people have used this e-government, the digital platform. We all have our profiles, and from the health data to taxes, some requests for issuing of some certificates, etc. We can use using e-government also some bills and documents we are not anymore receiving in physical way, in paper. We're only receiving through this portal. We are receiving an email that something is hooked to the portal. So this is very good, and this was the way to force, let's say, all the citizens to go more digital. Reasons for bad scores are high cost of internet services, low level of available content on internet on Serbian language. That's the reason why majority who is not using internet is prevented to use internet. Inadequately equipped education institutions and insufficient number of teachers with adequate digital skills. Teachers do have digital skills. They had to improve them during the COVID situation. So that was a good trend, and this good influence of COVID. The only one is that everybody had to step up with their capacities regarding the digital skills. What is very good and what is good trend, and actually yesterday I saw these two articles. That the report of European Innovation Scoreboard said that the performance of the Republic of Serbia in the field of innovation is 15.6%, and it's higher than the average growth in the European Union, which is 9.9% in the same period. It is 2015 to 2022. So it is very good. Also, global report of the United Nations on the development of e-government, Serbia is in the group of countries with the highest index of e-administration development in the world. So this is really encouraging for the future activities of our government regarding the e-government. Of course, you know, always for, I know with my parents, you know, for people more mature, you know, the using e-government and those services for them is not intuitive. You know, it is not their completely computer literate. They're using fully internet and other communication skills, etc. But approaching e-government, downloading content, submitting content, etc. This is not intuitive enough for them, and unfortunately we cannot change it because they have spent the majority of their life being used to some other practices, let's say, and it is very difficult for them to adapt because it doesn't go naturally. This is something that we cannot change it, as I said, but we can improve with building the capacities in that respect. Regarding Western Balkans, we have digital agenda for Western Balkans. It was launched in June 2018 on Digital Assembly in Sofia. And the Commissioner for Digital Economy exactly said that digital is by definition borderless. spanning regions and continents, and the commitment was very serious of the digital agenda for Western Balkans, and the goals were to invest in broadband connectivity, increase cybersecurity, trust and digitalization of industry, strengthening digital economy and society, and boosting research and innovation. Since I'm dealing with the territorial cooperation programs, actually the best way to implement these goals is through territorial cooperation programs, which we have in the period 2014-2020. These are the programs that Serbia participates in. These blue ones are, or darker blue ones, are Interreg programs with EU member states and transnational programs. And the three programs in lighter blue color are the programs between non-member states, which are being implemented in a different way and which have much less funds available for implementing projects. For example, Romania-Serbia program is dealing with around 74 million euros per 7 years period. And Serbia, I don't know, Montenegro is dealing with the amount of around 2 million euros for 7 years. So it is very difficult, you know, to manage and to cover huge needs of the territory with this amount. Hence, since starting from 2004 until today, we have very good results in territorial cooperation programs. As you can see, these are really very impressive results. Regarding telecommunication and e-government, very small number of projects of territorial cooperation were implemented so far. Why is that the case? Probably, as I said, first, because the needs are really very big. Second, there is a question, although all the programs in every perspective are covering possibility to introduce and cooperate in digital transformation sector. Regarding those topics, majority of projects that we have implemented were dealing with telemedicine and support to business networks. I do not really remember any projects that was dealing with creating e-governance or that was in a digital way, solving, providing support to citizens by the local authorities and deliver some cross-border services through digital way. These projects were not implemented, although there were really lots of projects. Why is that? Because we really didn't, and this is something for us to think about in the future, to figure out what services, cross-border services we can deliver in a digital way. So what could be the topics that the municipalities and local governments could work on in order to step up and to really enhance the services, the cross-border services, or the services for the local population on their territory, but in cooperation with the municipalities and local self-governments on a different in a neighboring country. What I have
Can I please ask you to wrap up, please? Can I please ask you to wrap up because we are running out of time, if you are kind enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
of course. So this is the project that I have just said that it is one of the best practice projects of digitalization of museum. For the next financial perspective, these are thematic priorities and these are the funds available for the programs that Serbia participates in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simic. Sorry for becoming pressing, but we have now to move on from Belgrade northwest. We'll go to Brussels, and it's the next speaker. I would like to welcome να καλωσορίσω την κυρία Δάνα Ελευθερία.
I would like to welcome Mrs. Dana Eleftheriadou, who is the head of citizen proximity team, the European Commission, DG Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs. So she will be talking about digital transformation as seen from Brussels.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to join you, at least online. I would like to talk to you about the role of smart cities, both in the field of digitalization and green technology and green transition. I would like to share my slides with you. Please give me a minute.
Ας κλείσω και νομίζω ότι είμαστε εντάξει.
Μια χαρά.
Λοιπόν, ναι, θα ήθελα να...
I would like to focus on intelligent cities and the role of the cities in general in green digital transition. First of all, why are we interested in the role of the cities? I noticed that Mr. Papasteriou, the mayor of Trikala, is going also to be one of the speakers in the panel. We have 80,000 cities and towns in Europe, and they cover only 3% of the area on the globe, but they generate 80% of the wealth. They also consume 75% of energy and 80% of energy, and they generate 75% of emissions. 70% of European citizens live in cities, and this is going to increase. And finally, concerning public expenditure and investments, the cities receive 1/3, 2/3 of public investment, and they are 1/3 of expenditure. So placing the cities in the right track of growth is very important in order to implement any European and national policies. I'd like to remind you of the UN report that was issued a few months ago. This report referred on the important role that cities play in the fight against climate change. According to this report, what is needed is well-coordinated policies and the correct infrastructure and the right form of technology in order to support this transition. It's very important to bring together local authorities, businesses, and citizens as well in order to meet the challenges set by green transition. What was very important was the result and the encouragement of the report that talked about human-centered city models, that is the city of 15 minutes or of donut economics. We have several cities in Europe that try to reorganize the model of their cities so that citizens can reach their job or their destination in just 15 minutes, walking or cycling. I would like to talk about an EU program that I'm in charge of called Smart Cities Program. It has two results. The first one is the local Green Deal, as well as the actions taken by various cities in order to reskill their citizens. And I'll talk about the role of technologies in this transition. The Smart Cities program started 3 years ago, just before the COVID pandemic broke out. The challenges were hard, especially for the cities that had to tackle with the pandemic that was just starting, and they had to express their desire to participate in this smart city program. This program wants to help cities, especially smaller ones, to play a leading role in the digital and green growth and development of theirs. This green and digital transition are equal and play an equally important role. That's why we call them a dual transition. 136 cities were involved in the program. 49 out of these 136 are in the Balkans, in 7 Balkan states like Greece, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovenia, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and so on. So the participation of the Balkans is very important in this program. We focus on 5 thematic priorities in this program: green transition, green and sustainable tourism, the participation of citizens and the digital transition of the public sector at local level, the role of reskilling of local personnel. And I'm not referring only to the people who work in the municipality, but the total workforce. How a city can retrain the talent of its workforce to guide it to where the need is, as well as supply chains and logistics that they have suffered a lot during the pandemic. Food supply was also very difficult during the pandemic, and that made cities rethink how they would like the cities of the future to be and how they would like to use the local supply chains or from areas that are near the city. Horizontally, we have been supporting the cities and helping the cities to find finance in order to finance their actions. We also help them to better organize their estate and their public supplies, especially now that all NSRF devote a great number of their budget to cities. So it's important for these cities to use this money in the best possible way. Another field was open data, how cities can use the open data they have and to liberate them so that they can be used by companies in an innovative way. The previous speakers also referred to that. A few words now about green growth. Everybody is aware of the Green Deal. It's one of the 3 priorities of the European Commission. This Green Deal cannot be achieved without having the cities agreeing on that. If the cities don't try to implement the Green Deal data at their level, we develop a model called local green deals. These deals differ from city to city because they depend on the outlook of each city, on the activities that this city have, industrial, agricultural, and so on. The fundamental principles is that there must be an administration, a government that goes across the various departments of the city. That's not an issue that only the environment department should work on that. All departments should cooperate. We must have coordinated targets and, of course, partnerships with local businesses, industries, and citizens. And of course, we should focus on the actions. What kind of actions we can carry out fast in order to see impact on green growth. Another important issue is the issue of retraining. This is the agenda on digital skills. According to that, 70% of EU businesses mention that they can't find the skills they need. 9 out of 10 jobs will need a basic level of digital skills, but only 1/3 of the employees has these basic digital skills right now. It is estimated that 1.2 million will be announced in the field of green jobs. So we should prepare our labor force in order to have the competent, relevant skills. Ambitious targets have been set. According to those, 80% of adults should have already got basic digital skills. 90% of SMEs should have what we call digital literacy, and around 20 million ICT specialists will work in the future. And there we would like to see more gender equality and diversity than the existing one. During the pandemic, we have seen that several cities took the role of the action of retraining and reskilling very seriously, because they know which sectors are important for them and where there will be more needs. From the beginning of the pandemic, cities developed special skills for retraining their talents so that they could be able to fill the gap of where the greatest needs were. So we created a guide for reskilling that is available on our website. Finally, I'd like to move on to technologies. Technologies always help cities and all of us in fulfilling our goals. We have seen several good examples of smart cities, and we would like to share them with all interested cities. That's why we set up Tech for Good Marketplace. That's a marketplace where you can visit and see specific challenges that cities face, like air pollution, Green Deal, climate change, and several others, and find solutions that are being implemented in various cities at this moment, and they are successful. In this way, the cities might be inspired by them, or they might adopt these solutions. Finally, As for technology, I'd like to say that digital twins are very important. AI is very important. It is offered to cities in order to create their own digital twins. What is that? It means representing, recreating the city using real data so that the city can make a simulation of what will happen before taking a decision about the specific action in the city. This helps a lot, of course, in order to have a better decision making. Before these are implemented, we have the examples from Rotterdam, Hamburg, Helsinki, and many other cities that create their digital twins, and these should be taken into account by several cities. I would like to conclude at this point. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you and congratulate on organizing this Balkan Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Eleftheriadou. Your presentation was very interesting because you gave us the big picture, especially digital twin is very important in all decision making. And since we're talking about cities and smart cities, I think it's the right time to pass from Brussels to Trikala to listen to Mr. Dimitris Papasteriou, who is the mayor of Trikala and president of the Central Union of Municipalities in Greece. The city of Trikala is indeed a smart city. Good afternoon from Athens. That's where I am today. Yesterday, I was in Bucharest, where we talked about the challenges that Balkans face and how our cities can be not only smart but also resilient. Because smart cities don't have only to do with technology. I believe that cities must be smart enough because both cities and societies should find a way to adjust themselves to the challenges of the environment. These challenges are energy challenges and environmental challenges that Europe faces. We have set the goal of a circular economy and environment by 2050. However, the European mission, it's not mission and not initiative about the climate neutral cities by 2030. The cities, one of these cities is my city too. But this demands intelligence and digitalization. I am an electrical engineer. I know that and I can tell you that technology wants to boast and is very selfish, but we must use technology as a medium and a means in our lives. It shouldn't be an end to itself. We don't want to have a city that will be connected to several sensors. We must try to build cities that are resilient, safe and green, especially at a time when climate changes and cities want to find direct solutions. And yes, we should include technology in order to have buildings that are more friendly, greener, how we will generate energy in a friendlier way, and how we will protect our citizens. But Europe was not prepared in the field of energy, and it depended only on one supplier. How can we serve our citizens in a better way using technology? How can we stop doing something that is very, very annoying, that is creating daily conditions that lose their trust to public authorities? What Mr. Valatsou said earlier, because she works at the ministry, she said that we must tackle the daily problems of citizens using digitalization. Greek citizens should start realizing that somebody cares for him before he cares for himself. And that became understood very well by everyone during the pandemic. The pandemic was a catalyst. In recent years, local governments tried to gain the lost ground. They haven't looked back to see whether the society shared the same concerns with them. And sometimes we run much faster ahead without seeing whether the society follows us, whether tackles the challenges in the same way as we do, and whether it shares the same concerns with us. So there is this gap created, and if we don't try to fill it in with more communication, more understanding, if we don't make more resilient society and communicative societies that will listen to all citizens, then we will have a problem. Therefore, we should bring technology to the standards and size of our societies. In the project of smart cities, we have 6 Greek cities participating, and that's an opportunity for them to achieve something that doesn't need much energy or technology. What it needs and demands is effort. We must convince our citizens to change. That's important, and we must change ourselves first of all. So, in the energy sector, we should try to see how we will reduce our consumption, energy consumption. If we try to reduce it by 10% by implementing measures now in an imperative way, instead of that, we should have looked into that issue a long time ago by making a program where we would use LED lighting everywhere. We should also see how we can produce and generate clean energy. There is a problem in the public sector here because there is no space in the networks and in the grid of electric power. Saying, on the one hand, we say that we will use electric energy, but on the other hand, we try to use fossil fuel. And of course, the issue of storage is a hot issue for the whole of Europe. Another issue is sustainable mobility. Because, electric vehicles do not consume energy, but they occupy space. So this does not free more space for people who move around on a bike or for disabled people. The other problem is the problem of rubbish, to provide incentives to our citizens in order to recycle more. And another fourth important issue is how to participate our citizens to participate more. I could be talking about digitalization for hours. It's something that I love, but we shouldn't. It shouldn't overcome and cover fully the natural world out there. for me, digitalization is one word and only. It means confidence, so that our citizens will trust us once again, so that they will love the place where they live. Old people are difficult to change, so we should try to have people who want to work with local authorities towards a Greece that changes. Thank you very much.
Dear President, dear Mayor, thank you very much. Despite your tight schedule, you found time to share your opinion and thoughts with us. Because at the end of the day, and the focal point of everything that we are, the focal point for everything that we are trying to do is people and humans. So we are going from the mayor of Trikala, and we're moving to the next speaker, Mr. Gilles Kittel.
Είδα πριν ότι μόλις είχε συνδεθεί. Στο waiting room τον χάσαμε.
I thought he was connected.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Bonsoir.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. And it is a pleasure to have you also this year on the Balkan Forum. And thank you very much for finding the time. You're in Slovenia, if I understood it correctly.
In Bosnia, actually,
in Bosnia.
Sarajevo.
Okay.
Yes,
so thank you for finding.
From Sarajevo.
Thank you very much for managing to find the slot to join us today in this session about the digital transformation. So, without further delay, please feel free.
Thank you. Do you already see my presentation or not?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, just 1 second then. Hold on, because
πρέπει να πω ότι ο κύριος Κιτέλ είναι φίλος πλέον του Balkan.
Mr. Kittel is a friend of Balkan Forum. He was with us last year as well. And his presentation last year was very, very interesting. He's an executive of the DG Regio. He's an expert in enlargement issues and the tools available.
Fine.
Yes?
Thank you.
Now it's fine. Very good. Okay. So good afternoon. Very glad to be with you. Indeed, I'm sorry I could not be physically with you. You see, that's a bit the new way of working after COVID. We try to first save some energy, and also it's true that we are asked to intervene in different locations. But so I'm very sorry, you see, not to be with you today physically, but at least I'm happy to participate digitally. I was asked indeed to make a short presentation about the European strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region and the Interreg programs in the region and how they could maybe facilitate the digitalization of the public and self-governing boards and bodies. Maybe before I jump to the real topic, and again, my big thanks to the organizer for the invitation. First, a few words about me and my team and the place I work in the Commission. So I'm working for a Directorate General dealing with regional and urban policy. That's the biggest budget user of the EU. Actually, we are managing now in the new period about 60% of the total EU budget, so that's something really significant. And in that context, my team and our unit is dealing with quite specific programs that we call territorial cooperation programs and those strategies. Today I will speak about one, which is really for the region. So that's about the team. So if you want to contact us, you should Google us and you will find us easily. So Regio D1, my name, or just the name of the unit, and that should be fine. So anyway, happy to take any question even later. So obviously, as you understand, we are very much focused on the region and therefore very happy that you're organizing this event. And we are convinced that, and that's the spirit of the territorial cooperation, that together we are stronger. In the presentation, you will see is relatively short. A few words about what our president called a geopolitical European Commission. So what this brings as novelty in the topic in terms of, because today we're talking about digitalization. And once we have covered this quickly, because the time is limited, I will say a few words about the strategy and the programs and how those two things can help you in case you have some plan to boost your digitalization. So about first our president, her vision, and also our vision for the region. The first, I would say, element of our compass is the Western Balkan Agenda of 2018, and in particular the flagship number 5. I've made an extract here for you to see. So obviously it's the achievement of the EU digital single market. And that's obviously an important goal. In that context, I've also listed a number of things that we have already achieved with regard to the objective we had in 2018. So I will not read for you all the bullets, but it's about the digital agenda for the Western Balkans, the involvement of the region also in different EU working groups. There is also the regional economic area, which is another important notion if we want to speak about digital integration. Broadband project, that's obviously essential if you want to digitalize. And then the capacity building in terms of cybersecurity. And in that respect, I assume you are aware that unfortunately we are facing difficult situation in Montenegro and Albania. So clearly cybersecurity is something essential. So in terms of digitalization nowadays. So you see quite many things that we have already done in light of this agenda of 2018. The second, let's say, main let's say development that I would like to mention occurred in 2020, and I've listed for you a number of communications and also plans or strategies that the Commission has proposed to help the digital transformation. Again, I will not go through all of them, but I think it's good for you to keep them in mind. There is very interesting information in each of those documents to understand how we want to approach the digitalization, the digital transformation in the region. The third one, which is more recent and which is a bit the result of the two first steps that I've just presented to you, is at the Broad Summit of October 2021, the launch by the heads of state and by Commissioner Gabriel of the Western Balkan Agenda on Research, Innovation, Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. So that's something very important. Obviously, it's much broader than digitalization, but there is nonetheless important, let's say, elements to understand how we want to digitalize better the region. So again, I've extracted for you a few things. So we want to develop a comprehensive long-term strategy. That's important. So it's not a one-off initiative that we want to develop. Obviously, the purpose of all this is the economic development and the regional cooperation. That's very important. And also I isolated for you the fact that it is built on 3 axes: political, regional, and thematic. And probably for us, the most important one is the regional one, and it's about fostering cultural and regional cooperation. At least that's the way we see it through our Interact programs and the strategy. So saying this, you see there are quite many pieces of legislation, strategies, plans that we have developed to establish the framework for this digital transformation. Now, about us, DG Regio, the strategy, but also the programs that we have and how they can boost the digitalization. First, I want to show you, and I assume that some of you might be already informed, we have in the new cohesion policy five main priorities that we say policy objectives, and for Interact, we have 2 more. So in total, 7 for Interact. So you have the 5, let's say, usual one. And then the two additional are better cooperation governance and safer Europe. The policy objective which is interesting today for our discussion is the first one. It's about innovation. That's the small cloud that you see on the picture. So I will try to detail it for you. It's actually, the purpose is obviously to work for a smarter Europe. And again, here you have a number of communication strategies that have isolated for you, which are important. I want to stress those documents are essentially for the member states. Obviously, we can take inspiration when we work in the Balkans, but this is primarily for the member states. So you see, again, this comes, let's say, in parallel with the different elements that I show in my first part, but are important to understand how we want to work on digitalization. So if we move more specifically about this policy objective number 1 and the smarter Europe, out of the 4, let's say, dimension of the smarter Europe, there's one which is particularly important for a discussion today, which is about digitalization as an innovation enabler. So that's, you see how we, in a way, top down, we identify where this digitalization process is placed in our policy work. And the other thing that I've highlighted here, because I think that's also very important, is the interregional cooperation. That's also something essential, I think, especially in the region. Now, about the digital transformation, here I've isolated, I've shown to you different elements. It's obviously multi-dimension, multi-side, let's say. So there are many things, obviously, on which we need to work if we want to digitalize more. In terms of digitalization, also, I want to highlight that at least for the mainstream ERDF programs, there are priorities and non-priorities. So you see the priorities there about the ICT uptakes in the small and medium enterprises. That's, I would say, probably not the topic today. But then the second one, which is more important, I think, is the e-government. And also the third one, which is as well, I think, quite important, the e-inclusion, the e-health, the e-learning, e-skilling. While you can see that there are other things which are not, according to us, priorities, at least in terms of EU funding, the IT equipment or the applications, the operating costs, those are not things that normally we intend to finance through the programs. But that, again, something to be decided by the monitoring committees of the different programs. Now, about the strategy and the programs, very quickly, Interreg programs, how they fit, you see in this picture. You have first the Interreg IPA CBC program, so they are dealing with the border areas. You see that we cover almost the full territory of the Balkans. And obviously they can facilitate, at least in terms of interregional cooperation. We have as well, and again, isolated for you to ease your navigation when you are looking after EU funds, some transnational programs, so 3 of them, Adrian, IPA-Adrian, Danube, Euromed. Those are, I think, important ones in terms of funding. I mentioned also on the right, URBACT. URBACT is in a program which is now extended to 5 IPA beneficiaries. That's another one which can be important. And then, but that's probably more, you see, on the eastern side of your territory, we have also a program that we call Next Black Sea that can be also interesting, and Euronext, which is covering the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea. So all those programs can be, I think, useful in terms of funding. And I invite you, if you're interested, to browse on the internet. You will find that they have normally very good websites. You can find a lot of information. About the strategy, just to highlight that the strategy, its purpose is not to finance any project, but more to consolidate networking, collaboration between regions, between territories, empower local authorities, and obviously boost a project like the digitalization. There is also now a bigger emphasis on the enlargement process. So we want, through the strategy, to ease this process. But again, if you want to participate to this, obviously we're very happy. So that's it for me. I hope that has brought some light on some of the issues you might face. Obviously, as I say, we are very happy to work together. And obviously, I'm happy as well to take any question. I want to thank you for your attention and wish you a nice session. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for squeezing into your schedule your participation in the session. And I would really hope that next year, in the next Balkan Forum, you will give us the pleasure of joining us physically. So we plan to have the questions at the end of the schedule. If you can stay with us, it will be fine. If not, I'm sure
I will stay a bit long.
Okay.
Yeah, I will try to stay at least until 2:30. Afterwards, it might be difficult.
That's fine.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Και μετά από όλα αυτά, νομίζω...
And after listening to Mr. Kittel, who presented us the outline of the EU actions in the Balkans, we can listen now to Mrs. Bouziani, who is the last but not least speaker of this session. Everybody who is active with Interreg programs must have heard of Mrs. Bouziani. She is the head of the Managing Authority of European Territorial Cooperation Programs, Interreg. Thank you. I would like to thank the Ministry for Interior for inviting me. It's the fourth consecutive year of the forum. That's very interesting. It has become an institution, and the topic chosen for today is very current and topical, especially when we talk about digitalization. The previous speaker, who is a long-standing colleague of mine, Mr. Kittel, gave us the general framework. I will talk about the Interreg programs that Greece manages. Digital transformation is a very topical and current idea and notion that can be implemented in all sections and parts of the life of citizens and of society. That's why the priorities of our Interreg programs can include actions that have to do regional development and digital transformation. Mr. Zervos earlier this morning told you that the new Interreg programs have been approved. Greece, Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, and Greece, Cyprus programs have already been approved, and we are expecting the approval of the two IPA programs, that is programs with Albania and North Macedonia, which are not EU member states. By the end of this year, we will have their approval as well. I believe that Interreg programs are well known to all of you, and you're familiar with that name. Our objective is to move on to their implementation immediately, so that the new policy included in these new programs will be implemented in order to have direct, tangible results. Since we're talking about digital transformation, I would like to share with you two examples of the current programming period, where you can see programs that include green growth, more sociable Europe, but include digital elements. That's a program through Balkan Med. Unfortunately, this program will not continue during the new programming period. This program had as a budget 5 million euros. All the countries of the program participated: Greece, Bulgaria, Cyprus, North Macedonia, and Albania. And the main objective of the of this project is to create some data center and to use the energy produced from these data centers in order to be used for heating public buildings. That's an innovative and pioneering project. It can show you what we can implement, and a new concept be used broadly in the Interreg world is the term capitalization. Therefore, having some good examples that could further develop in the next programming period is something really good and what the European Commission wants. Besides this Go Green project that is very pioneering and touches upon digital is this one. We also have Hermes program and project that uses digital technology in order to promote the cultural elements of a region, for example, in Arta, through a virtual tour. That is, the citizen can have a virtual online tour in the archaeological sites at the region of Arta. So whether we talk about culture, tourism, or health, we can use technology and have digital transformations very useful to citizens. As I've told you, we have already received the approval of 3 Interreg programs. The total budget is 315 million euros of public expenditure. The programs that we have in our management are 5. And I would like to tell you that as Mr. Kittel presented us all the priorities of European Commission after cooperation of the 2 national bodies and poll and survey of the citizens, we selected specific accesses for each program. For Greece-Bulgaria program, the main access is first of all to have a greener cross-border area between Greece and Bulgaria, a more accessible area, and a more cohesive, inclusive cross-border territory. So these are actions that reinforce social cohesion in the region. Through these accesses, my colleagues and I try to show you indicative actions that could be implemented and are related to digital transformation. These indicative actions are the following: installation of monitoring systems for the prevention and control of air pollution, actions that have to do with combined smart and safe mobility. We also have actions that have to do with supporting small businesses, very small businesses, SMEs, in order to increase their digital skills and their organizational capacity. Of course, increase upskilling in specific targeted group, aiming at digitalization and greener economy. In the Greece-North Macedonia program, we also include the environmental dimension. So the environment was the key concept that runs through all the programs that we implement. So the environment is a priority access in all of them. Here in this program, we have the strategic project of opening up a new border crossing. I'm sure you're aware of that. The Ministry for Macedonia and Thrace is in charge of that. And of course, we want to improve governance for cooperation between the 2 countries. A lot of steps must be taken, as it was mentioned this morning, about the e-governance in order to digitalize public services that will help citizens. But on the other hand, we must have better cooperation between the two countries in this respect. We want using soft actions to help to that end, so that a citizen who lives in North Macedonia can be helped by an action that we have implemented and was successful. Indicative actions for the Greece-North Macedonia program are the following. Procurement of information, communication and technology equipment in order to exchange information between the two countries, to develop early warning and risk prevention mechanism with the aid of ICT tools, health services are also very important. You know that somebody who lives at the borders who lives in North Macedonia might be closer to a Greek hospital. So he could have access to the nearest hospital, even if it is in the other country. And that's one of the main Interreg objectives. Digitalization of cultural activities. This is always an important field that citizens, local authorities want that, and of course the government is very important. Greece, Italy is not included in the Balkans, but I believe that I should present you the information about all the programs where Greece could potentially participate. Here we talk about a more competitive, greener Europe, and of course e-governance is another issue here. That's one of the biggest programs, so I'm sure that the eligible areas will show more interest. Some indicative actions for Greece-Italy program: developing common approaches in cross-border actions aiming at adapting regional skills to industrial transition, exchange of information and know-how concerning the sea area, because we have sea borders between the two countries, and of course anything that has to do with innovation is included as priority in this program. The Greece-Cyprus program has got these accesses, once again, green development, climate change, tourism, culture is important, but we also talk about immigration, which is a challenge for this region. Indicative actions. And finally, the Greece-Albania program. Once again, this is a green cross-border area. Improvement of accessibility. Unfortunately, interconnection by road is still lacking extensively, and a lot of improvement must be made. And of course, more communicative cross-border areas, smart cities mentioned earlier, digitalization, so that we can have applications that help citizens like e-health, facilitating citizens to have access to public sector, or if they want to issue a certificate, promoting cultural heritage and tourism heritage in these two regions between Greece and Albania are some of the basic priorities recorded and included in the new program. The even the small budget that the program can lay the foundations so that we can start having some positive results in this region. I try to be as brief as possible. It's not convenient to be the last speaker in a session, but I wanted to present you the projects and programs that would be of interest to you, that have been approved or will be approved. Thank you very much for inviting me. Congratulations on the forum. I hope I'll see you next year.
We have a few minutes for questions, if any. So, those of you who attend this meeting in person, or those who are attending the meeting online, you can now raise your questions. But please use a microphone so that we can have the interpretation as well.
Όπως θέλετε. Γίνεται παράλληλη διερμηνία, είτε ελληνικά είτε αγγλικά, όπως θέλετε.
You can speak either in English or Greek.
Health. And in health, what we're trying to do is digital transformation. But still, we don't have έναν φάκελο ασθενούς, ο οποίος θα μπορούσε να... I will change in Greece. Ο οποίος θα μπορούσε να...
A single patient file that could also facilitate cross-border services and cross-border medical cases. Where are we standing in this field? I believe that the patient file is very important, not only for cross-border medical cases and cross-border cooperation between Bulgaria, Greece, and North Macedonia, but also inside Greece. So, can we go beyond digital, and where are we standing in terms of this issue? And based on the personal doctor, this new platform. So we could have, for example, an NI application that could limit the number of cases assigned to a personal physician. Is there anyone who would like to answer? I would only like to say, because you were looking at me when you were raising your question. I mentioned e-health, but you understand that e-health is a policy of the Ministry of Health. We are not competent. We are not the ones to develop policies. And I'm not able to give you an answer on e-health and on the patient file. It's a specialized question, and I don't know the answer. What I know is that the Ministry of Health has already recorded its needs, and it's up to them to bring one of these issues in the context of the Interreg programs. But I cannot give you a clear answer. The comment is off mic. Yes, I think that the patient file is outside the scope of the session. I don't think we can have an expert on e-health, and so we cannot give you a clear answer. I would like to raise a question, to address a question, especially to Mr. Kittel and Mrs. Eleftheriadou, but of course all the other speakers can answer. We talked about the potential emerging due to the interregional cooperation. So we talked about the issues concerning smart cities sustainable, resilient, smart cities. Is it realistic? Is it easy to have an interregional cooperation of networks of cities to achieve these objectives?
Scale on an interregional level.
You want me to contribute?
I would love to. Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't hear you all very well, especially the gentleman who raised his question. But at least I could hear your remark and your question. At least I'm speaking now for the Commission, DG Regio. Yes, we think it is possible. We are working on that, absolutely. We are convinced, and as I say, this interregional dimension we think is essential. So in that respect, Greece has certainly a role to play, and the programs. So Ms. Pusiani, she presented very well, you see, the programs that she's dealing with. And we are convinced that through those programs, but also other programs in the region, I see also Sanda Simic, who is a familiar face. We are working really together, you see, to establish this regional network and maybe a network of cities soon, because also I mentioned to you a little bit, but we are opening Urbact now to the IPA beneficiaries, and through Urbact, you can also imagine that we can deal with this kind of initiative. But there are, you see, this is one way. There are other ways also directly from Brussels, but absolutely, we are absolutely on the same page with you on those smart cities and even smart villages, because first it's not only smart cities. Yep. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Ms. Simic, you wanted to say something, please.
Yes, just a sentence. It's very good to see you all. Gilles, Angeliki, we cooperate for many years. Actually, I have sent you, Angeliki, a message. I don't know if it was your number, because it says just Angeliki. We, in the framework of Adriatic Interreg, Angeliki have presented it, there is a possibility to implement the smart city concept. And I was very interested in the presentation of Ms. Eleftheriadou, because we can use the results of that project also, and partnership. The partnership is, let's say, the biggest challenge, you know, to create a partnership and to create the network of interested cities in order to have a good project. So I would like to, I don't know, continue discussing and use the experiences and of the smart cities projects and what Ms. Eleftheriadou presented in order to use it also in the next financial perspective Adriatic program, because they're all Western Balkan countries within that program, and Greece and Italy and Slovenia, Croatia. So we can work or build up on that. Also, Gilles mentioned the Urbac program. We are newcomers. We would need help from our Greek colleagues and partners. We in the ministry will also coordinate the participation of Serbia within that program, so we can use it also in the Urbac program as well. So that was just what I wanted just to say, and to encourage all of you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Sanda. Someone from the speakers whom I cannot see on the screen who would like to perhaps add a word or two? Okay, then if you allow me, I would like to sum a few keywords that I have kept from this very interesting 2 hours of excellent presentations. I think digital transformation, both in the central government and in the local and regional authorities, sets a few prerequisites that we must handle with in order to be able and to be successful in this transformation process. Without any hierarchy in the listing, it has to do with reskilling of the people, the employees, but also the citizens in a sense. It has to do with the engagement of the public and of the people who work in the public and in the private sector. It has to do with managing vast amounts of open data, which are necessary to run intelligent cities, neighborhoods, villages, whatever. And this poses technical, legal, sometimes even ethical questions. It has to do with setting a framework for new forms of labor, which is something which we have to cope with in the next years. And it has also to say with setting the framework for all the challenges that artificial intelligence will provide to set upon human society in the next years to come. I liked very much two keywords: that digital transformation is an innovation enabler, because I'm a humble mechanical engineer. I'm not really an artificial intelligence guy. But what I do want to know is that, the transformation makes innovational solutions to the critical problems we have easier, and that digital transformation can be a base for more human cities, because at the end of the day, we want to have human societies and human cities, and digital transformation can provide a very good step in order to meet that goal. Having said that, I would like to thank very much all the speakers. It has been an honor and a pleasure spending these 2 hours as coordinator of the session. And without further ado, I would like to invite my dear friend, Mr. Spiros Ignatiadis, who will steer the third and last session of the Balkan Forum. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite the speakers.
Thank you so much, all of you. It's a great honor for me to be here and to coordinate this session with scientific advisors at the things and the matter of the digital transformation. Allow me to speak first in Greek language. Θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω.
I would like to warmly thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to chair the panel of experts. The topic of this session is how the scientific community can help and accelerate transition to digital transformation. Already, since the previous sessions, what has been said is very important. And the conclusion is that the issues of digital transformation are not only a matter of technology, but they are mainly a matter of policy, a matter of survival, and a matter of development of both the society, the economy, and the public administration. And here we have our excellent panelists who are going to present how the scientific community is managing several issues related to cybersecurity, the fourth industrial revolution, how the energy development and the scientific community through digital transformation will help
save energy resources, since this is a very hot topic. And finally, we will try at the level of triple helix with the participation of Mr. Ketikidis to sum up all that has been heard. So I don't want to delay, and I would like to give the floor to Professor Sokratis Katsikas. He is a very important asset for Greece. I would like to warmly thank him, dear Professor. I'm very happy to have you here with us. It's an honor for us to attend this forum from Norway. Norway is very advanced in all these issues, and cybersecurity is a very hot topic these days. So we would like your opinion as the director of the Norwegian Center for Cybersecurity in Critical Sectors. Thank you very much, Mr. Ignatiadis. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers, and I would like to congratulate them for the excellent organization of this event. And let me start without any delay and share some of my slides with you. They're in English, but I will be speaking in Greek. So this may facilitate the work of the interpreters, who that is usually very difficult.
I believe that you can see my slides. If not, please let me know. The topic I'm going to talk about is how we can reach a safe digital transformation. This is a tool. It's not an end to itself, as it has been correctly said, but one of the characteristics that it should have in order to be able to succeed the goals why we are implementing it is in order to be safe. It has to be safe. So today I'm going to talk about the partnership between the private sector and the public sector, that is universities and research centers, in order to improve cyber security in critical sectors. I would like to start by saying that the partnership between universities and industries has several good examples all over the world and in Greece, although they are not that many and not so well known. But one of the most recent ones was the cooperation between Oxford University and AstraZeneca for the production of COVID vaccine. So this kind of partnerships can be very broad. That's a successful example, but there are several other examples that are not so successful. This can be explained by the fact that the expectations of university and research institutes on the one hand and industries on the other hand differ to a great extent. On the one hand, the industry might expect to have a specific type of graduates, that is with PhD or not, and they also might have different expectations in other fields. One of the issues that we have observed is that in universities and research institutes, the TRL level of the research that we produce is relatively low. We use the scale from 1 up to 9. University research is usually ranked to TRL level 1, 2, or 3 maximum. Very rarely it might reach the level 4. On the other hand, industry expects to have TRL starting from 7 and reaching 9. And after 9, we have the production. So we have this gap between what industries expect and what universities produce. But the question is whether this research product can cross this death valley, as we call it, and reach industries. Various countries have developed a series of tools in order to skill university graduates, to provide the skills to get university graduates to go through this death valley. One of them are the so-called innovation centers, centers for research based on innovation. Research in Norway is financed by the private sector to a great extent, not only by the public sector. Usually research programs, in order to be financed, should have the participation of the industry. Such a case is this program as well. This program aims at creating value chains through the long-term partnership between industry and universities. This program is co-financed by the Research Council of Norway, that is the Norwegian government, and by the private sector, as well as public sector bodies and agencies. These centers, this kind of centers, are financed every 5 years. Right now, we are running the 4th generation of these centers. Their span of life is 8 years for each one, 8 years of financing. Some of them might remain after the end of the financing using their own funds. There are such 40 centers right now. One of them focuses on cybersecurity. This is the Norwegian Center for Cybersecurity in Critical Sectors, in short, NORSIS, and I am the head of it. On the slide, you can see the partners of this center. They an ITU University, where I am teaching as well, which is the Polytechnic School. That's how it started, but then it expanded and became more comprehensive. There is another university also participating, along with a series of research centers. From the side of industry, we have industries from various sectors: electric energy, metal energy, defense energy, cybersecurity industry, the regional hospital of the region where we are, and the police force of Oslo. A lot of reference was made to smart cities. Smart cities need need new ways of policing. The traditional police forces are not adequate. That's why we have already started research in that. This center started 2 years ago. Its financing will be for 8 years. 87% is by the 65% is by the private bodies and the rest by the government. We have international partners as well. You can see them allocated here all over the globe. Research centers and universities with which we have partnerships of exchange programs. What was our vision? We started having the background information that Norway is among the world's most digitalized societies. This is clear-cut and evident for all people who live here. So the content of the term digital transformation is not the same as it is in Greece. Here in Norway, when we talk about digital transformation, we refer to the digital transformation in industries concerning the production itself. Another point that led to the creation of this center is that Norway is a very digitalized country, but concerning cybersecurity, we are ranked 17th all over the globe. So it is obvious that we should do something about it. The vision of our center is to contribute to make Norway one of the most securely digitalized countries in the world by improving cybersecurity in critical sectors through research-based innovation. For this to occur, what is needed is cooperation and partnership between universities, research centers, and industries, on the other hand. When we have this kind of partnerships, it is important the whole question and issue to start from researchers and then to be proposed to industries. This might lead to results, but it might not lead to innovation and adoption of research results. That's why the method that we use is the following. We believe that the issues to start from industry, always in cooperation with us, so that this problem can be further researched. This is a bilateral process, as you can see, with an active participation of both sides. But what is important is that the starting point is industry. That's where we start and that's where we end up. This is the type of research we carry out. We have 5 working packages, administratively speaking. We focus on 4 research focus areas. These are the areas that our industry partners are interested in. That is, cybersecurity issues that derive and occur because we have this development of operation technologies, security problems that will arise when 5G technology will be used for industrial revolution. for industrial production, issues that this digital transformation will create and cause for the people who work in administration. Security doesn't have to do only with technology. It has to do with technology, people, and procedures and processes. So any solution should align and include these three dimensions of cybersecurity in order to be successful. According to our partners' view, this is the most important area out of the four. And finally, cybersecurity issues that derive from IA data usage in defense. This is where we are right now. That was a short reference to what we do concerning digital transformation, especially cybersecurity in Norway. I would like to read a quote who said that innovation is the result of cooperation. And I hope that cooperation will develop in the Balkans where all countries will participate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Your contribution is very important to the model used in Norway. Thank you very much for the know-how. We're expecting it. I'd like to mention 2 points that you talked about. The first one is that the main goal of cybersecurity in Norway has to do with production and industry. And in order to achieve this goal, three parts should work together: administration, people, and processes and procedures. At the end of this session, we will receive the questions from the audience, and we will be happy to have you with us to answer any questions there might be. I will be with you. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Maria Stankova.
Thank you so much. Η κυρία Μαρία Στάνκοβα είναι καθηγήτρια του...
Mrs. Maria Stankova is head of tourism department at the Faculty of Economics at Southwest University Neofit Rilski in Bulgaria.
The floor.
Thank you. Good day to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here and to be part of this forum, which is an important event. I will speak not exactly about tourism. However, I'm teaching tourism and sustainable development, but in the same time, I'm part of a strategic alliance in which our university is having a role of associate partner. And I want to speak about strategic alliances and their potential for cooperation, collaboration, and networking in the field of higher education. I will start my presentation in a moment. Sharing my screen. Thank you. I hope that you see my presentation. This is a picture of our university, and here's the topic of my presentation, strategic alliances and networking in the higher education. When thinking of what kind of aspect should I choose as a presentation, I was inspired by Walt Disney thought about the today's world and need to integrate our efforts to justify our individual selves and our civilization. That's why staying on my experience on working with colleagues from all over the Europe and Asia, I decided to present this topic of strategic alliances as an alternative path to grow for universities. And I want to start with the common definition of what a strategic alliance is. Of course, this is not a new concept. However, for the university sphere, it's something that is really interesting and a good opportunity for sustainable development. As a definition, a strategic alliances refers to a business agreement where two or more organizations join forces to accomplish a mutual beneficial goal. Each participating organization preserves its independence in this alliance and, of course, autonomy. However, these partners are sharing common resources and knowledge to fulfill their common goal. Of course, organizations may choose to establish a strategic alliance to break into a new market or to expand their customer base or to gain a competitive advantage in the field of higher education. Of course, we can still speak about gaining a competitive advantage because this is an area really highly competitive. Of course, there are different types of strategic alliances, but I want to point your attention on the main three types: equity and non-equity strategic alliance and joint ventures. Selecting the right type of the strategic alliance is crucial to the success of the initiative. It doesn't matter if we speak about business or university. However, the most important to have the clear idea of what is put as a main goal. Universities need in this direction to look at their own unique needs and objectives to decide which type of strategic alliance would benefit them the most. Of course, the essential meaning of a strategic alliance is to help each university participating in it to share project costs, to improve operational processes, to overcome threats in the field, to mitigate risks, and maintain their market positions. When speaking about alliances, we can find some advantages or disadvantages, but knowing them, it's crucial for the success. This is the second step when cooperating. A strategic alliance helps organizations to break into new sectors, and establishing such a structure, these organizations combine their resources and expertise, and also they could learn from one another and to share skills and experience to enhance their service offerings. A strategic alliance helps organizations establish economies of scale by lowering costs and increasing production of shared resources. The disadvantages or these weak points that we can distinguish when participating in a strategic alliance are always connected with the threat of losing uniqueness, of losing specific work traditions and culture, and as well as it is really important to know that there is also a risk of a nuclear participation of the organizations involved, and of course the lack of trust and communication between participating organization could lead to a conflict, which is really something very important to have in mind when starting such a partnership. As evident from the definition of a strategic alliance, when organizations came together to achieve a common goal, they benefit from a greater scale. In the field of traditional business the business activities. We have a lot of examples here. I choose both examples, two examples, sorry. One of these examples is between Spotify and Uber as a prominent strategic alliance, and the second one is between MasterCard and Apple Pay. Another good example of how to do business together and how mutually to benefit from a common strategic approach. But when speaking of universities, I really want to share my experience and to promote a new way of partnering within our common European goals, and also within the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are really important and are the base of the sustainable development in all over the world, and especially in our case in the universities. When speaking of such a strategic alliance, I want to make to point your attention to our network of universities in which my university is partnering as an associate partner. In this network, we have 6 member universities and 4 partner universities, and together we are trying to be really engaged in the field of research and innovation on 3 main levels: research and innovation for social impact, our representation in Brussels, and research and support in the networking and collaboration. Of course, we have experience in the field of higher education. Southwest University has also almost 40 years of experience in the sphere of science and education in Bulgaria and on the Balkans. And we have we have 9 faculties in the university structure. We are offering a huge range of bachelor, master, and PhD programs. Here we can see our faculties, and we have also a rich and modern educational base, which is really important when partnering with different universities all over Europe or the world. And we are trying, being in such a strategic alliance, to raise the awareness for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals in the field of education, which we are thinking is really important just for the new approach of young generation for students that we are that are studying with us. Also, we are trying to establish new international cooperation horizons within the standard program of the European Union. However, we are looking over them and trying to find partners in the other countries, for example, in Central and East Asia or in Africa, and to create new cooperation activities through digital technologies. I will speak later about such an initiative that we are trying to push. But the main focus that I want to underline is our new initiative of creating a regional hub on the Balkans, and through this hub, we want to multiply the knowledge and responsibilities toward the sustainability of educational institute and society, and we hope to promote the instrument of collaborative online internet learning, which is a really interesting tool of partnering in the field of higher education, because we can share knowledge, we can share technologies, we can share students, we can share experience, and we can give a new specific knowledge to our students, partnering between universities, between faculties, between professors, and etc. And also we want to promote community service learning as a tool for engaging the young people studying in universities with the problems of society, and also the problems of sustainability and ecosystem services. Of course, this is a really huge field.
You have 1 minute, please.
Yes, I know, I'm finishing. Thank you. I just wanted to say once again, as a conclusion, that in the given current conditions in higher education and academic partnering, strategic alliances appear destined to continue proliferating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stankova. You gave us an extensive overview of how strategic alliances are working in the scientific community. Thank you so much. Yes. Be with us. Thank you so much. Το λόγο θα ήθελα να δώσω...
I would like to give the floor now to Mrs. Theodora Barbaridou, who is a professor at the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering of the National Technical University of Athens and president of ADAP. We're very happy to have you with us, Mrs. Barbaridou. Your field of research is extensive and brilliant. Could you enlighten us so that we can see that we can have the maximum benefits from the cooperation of the university and the other Triple Helix Partners Cooperation. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this excellent initiative of cooperation and exchange of views in the Balkan countries. Can you see my presentation?
Ναι, βεβαίως.
Ωραία. Άρα λοιπόν θα σας παρουσιάσω.
Yes, we can see it. I'm going to present you the basic concepts that lie behind the term Industry 4. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're going to say a few things about the basic principles that lie behind the term Industry 4. Some of its success stories, and then I'm going to talk about future trends and how we move on to the fifth industrial revolution. More or less, I believe that we have all heard about the industrial revolution, and the first industrial revolution was the introduction of mechanical production facilities supported by water and steam power. The second industrial revolution used electrical power. The third industrial revolution, we had the combination of IT and electronics that allows for further automation of the production process. But since 2010, we have moved on to the fourth industrial revolution, where we connect production facilities with the Internet of Things. This is an innovative approach in the way that production facilities are linked to the other forms of industry. So from 1760 up to 1840, we talk about mechanical production, railways and steam age. From 1870 to 1940, we talk about mass production, the usage of electricity and assembly line. And from 1960 up to 2010, we talk about computers, semiconductors, the mainframe computers, personal devices, and internet, of course. And now we move on to Industry 4, which is a collective term for technologies and concepts of value chain organization. Its vision is a smart factory that uses cyber-physical systems, the Internet of Things, and the Internet of Services. It has a modular structure focusing on sensors and smart devices that monitor the processes and contribute to making a virtual copy of the physical world and make decentralized decisions. All this, of course, at real-time communication and where they are most needed. Therefore, in practice, we talk about cyber-physical systems that rely on the interaction with user and automated production lines that create a plethora of big data with flexibility in the modern environment of industry, which is competitive. Therefore, the objective goals of Industry 4 are the following: the digital revolution and evolutions through these cyber systems, using smaller and powerful sensors, machine learning, of course, in order to use this data even more, the optimization of production based on that, as well as the diffused usage of the internet that will be the basis of sensor systems and human beings. The final objective is to minimize the cost. So, in a snapshot, the structural element of Industry 4 is a broad range of technologies that developed and consolidated significantly in the last 10 years. These include the Internet of Things, robotics, big data analytics, vertical and horizontal integration, simulation, cybersecurity, Mr. Katsikas talked about that, cloud and edge computer, as well as additive manufacturing, which is more advanced than 3D printing, and of course augmented reality. Therefore, all these technologies, all this range of technology is used in 6 design principles in order to end up in smart solutions and smart factories. Which are these 6 design principles? First of all, interoperability, that is the ability of cyber-physical systems to be linked and communicate with each other through the internet or the Internet of Things and the Internet of Services. A second principle is virtualization. In other words, the creation of a virtual copy of the smart factory. This links sensor data with virtual plant models and simulation models. The third design principle is decentralization. That is, the ability of cyber-physical systems within smart factories to make decisions on their own using blockchain and edge computing technologies. Additionally, the capability to collect and analyze data and provide the insights immediately at real time are critical for the operation of the factory. The fifth principle is service orientation, offering of services via the Internet of Services. And finally, modularity. In order to have flexible adaptation of smart factories to changing requirements of individual modules. All this, of course, have a very clear goal, that is to have a positive impact in a series of critical sectors, that is the growth of economy, productivity, employment, labor substitution, wherever we can have labor automation, meeting customer expectations, developing products that will have even more enhanced characteristics, the collaborative innovation, and using new operation models with innovative characteristics that will make the company even more competitive. What does competitive mean? It means higher quality of products and services at lower cost. Obviously, here the problem is that usually quality is linked to the bottom of the iceberg, that is, things that are difficult to be measured. For example, the commitment of workers or employees, the potential non-optimum procedures. For example, the time that machines remain inactive. That's where the width of information that we can gather through Industry 4.0 can be used in order to create a smart factory. Especially the quality cost is a critical factor, because we must find the best quality at minimum cost. We want the optimal quality level. So we collect the data in order to reach the optimum quality level is extremely important for future technologies. We have already got a great number of success stories and best practices where technologies like the ones that I have just presented to you have already been implemented successfully. Let's have a look at some of these. Such an example is Siemens. It has been implementing Industry 4 solution in medical engineering. So far, artificial knee and hip joints were standardized products. Engineers had to meet specific demands for specific patients and took a long time in order to customize these products. But current software and steering solutions enable Siemens to produce an implant within a few hours. This is extremely important, of course. Another example comes from a similar industrial sector, the German toolmaker Trumpf company, who supplies Industry 4 solutions, and it is a worldwide market leader of laser system. Trumpf has put the first social machines to work. Each component in these machines is smart and knows what work has already been carried out. Therefore, production options are automatically optimized because the production unit already knows its capacity utilization and communicates with other facilities. So facilities self-regulate themselves depending on what is happening in the other facilities. General Electric also uses an industrial IoT platform that is an operational system for the industrial internet. It combines in this way analysis of data and delivery real-time insights. These applications unleash new levels of performance. But what are the future trends that you're having just a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes? Yes, thank you. Here we can have a look at world trends concerning the financing of new startups that are active in Industry 4. The previous year it was 6.8 billion, twice more than the past. Therefore, we can see that we have realized that what is necessary is to include not only factories but the whole supply chain and to enhance cooperation between human beings and robots. Wearables help in this process, as well as computer vision. Therefore, future trends use industrial Internet of Things in combination with 5G and edge computing. They also use technology in order to reinforce predictive maintenance. We also focus on 3D printing, extended reality, on high automation with fully automated factories without direct human intervention on sites, and of course in cobots, that is collaborative intelligent robots that are specifically designed to work along human beings. We also have 3D printing, blockchain technologies, and smart products production that will be sustainable in the long run. Here I have mentioned and I have included some publications that are all worth visiting in IoT, automation and black factories and metaverse, and 3D printing 5G and predictive maintenance. These are the topics of the future, that is, people to be closer to the center of evolution, to have a hyper customization of the product to the citizen, to the customer, A responsive and distributed supply chain, experience-activated interactive products, and return of manpower to factories. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I haven't delayed the flow of your agenda. Thank you, Mrs. Varvarego. What you've told us was very interesting. The issues of fourth industrial revolution is a priority for most countries, especially the EU. You presented us the way in which fourth industrial revolution will change production and the production model. You talked about the financial impact that this will have. Thank you very much. I would like to comment your last slide where you tell us how the transfer from the fourth industrial revolution to the fifth industrial revolution places human beings in the center of supply chain. Could you please stay with us so that you can receive the questions at the end? Of course. Thank you very much, Mrs. Varvarego says.
The floor to Professor Sandro Nisedic. Professor Sandro Nisedic is a highly known expert in the fields of sustainability of energy, and he was a deputy minister in his country, Croatia. We would like to thank you so much about your presence here. It's a great honor for us to have you here. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, and I'm of course glad and honored that I can join you here and to share Croatian experience. So today I will speak from the basis of university professor, so someone who is involved in academia, but also I will tackle my experience during my deputy role of minister in Croatian government, and I have selected to share project that was run by UNDP, since in those years also I was UNDP project coordinator, because even today we have strong benefits in national Croatian institutions plus also in academic institutions regarding this project. Can we, okay. First of all, just give me few seconds to address why nowadays digitalization is very important, especially in energy transition. Nowadays we live in quite demanding times. We had COVID, we have war on EU soil, we have also economic issues, and we have also energy crisis. But if we just speak about economic system, we all know that population is rising, we have a constant rise of energy demands, we have more severe environmental issues, and finally we have now and we will have also issues with resource utilization, which means that we need to change something, and one of the key issues is energy transition, and also I would like to say plus energy transition, change of bad habits. Digitalization in that manner and in that aspect is very important. We are facing nowadays various application areas of digitalization, like smart city concepts. We also had today a few interesting presentations, then industry and transportation, agriculture, e-health or healthcare systems, buildings, and in all those things we need to think also about efficiency, or how we are able to provide this digitalization on successful way. Of course, that means that we have certain key issues, which are of course political, economical, technical and social, and if we want to have proper digitalization with sufficient result, that means that all of those aforementioned aspects should be taken carefully into account, because they are all intertwined. Now I would like to share a few informations about UNDP project that we had several years ago in Croatia and where I was a project coordinator. Why I have selected this project? I have selected this project because it was first project in EU that dealt with public buildings, and in those years we also got like marks of excellence from EU Commissioner for Energy Matters. While on the other side, this project is still living today benefits of this project, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. Project was organized on several steps, and I would like to say that all main Croatian national bodies were involved: Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Construction, Fund for Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency, and UNDP was agency that was running these projects because we had two projects: sustainable energy management in cities and counties, and the second was housing order projects. Those were basically the same projects, but we needed to divide on two separate projects because of nature of funding of buildings that are owned by counties or cities, or buildings that are owned directly from government. The goal of project was to establish procedures that will end up with efficient structure that will create strong projects from the field of energy efficiency in buildings, which means energy savings and also reduction of harmful impacts to the environment, which means people with responsibility, monitoring of efficiency procedures, definition of energy consumption indicators, objectives for improvements, and finally establishment of education chain in different layers. In all this aspect, digitalization was very much involved, as well as also education. We had several steps: project preparation, establishment of offices, building register, establishment of info points, and finally realization of projects from the field of energy efficiency. But I have highlighted point 4, which was basically implementation of energy management information system. And also I would like to say that this project was very important because we had national level of county and city, and we also have very close communication with people on the level of single object plus communication with population. So the project has attracted and also involved all layers of society. Energy management information system lives today in Croatian national bodies. It is between Croatian Fund for Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency, where we are collecting all important data for public buildings in Croatia. And with our project, we have managed to attract or to involve more than 11,000 public buildings in Croatia. We have educated more than 1,500 users how to use this energy management information system. And what is more important, maybe you are not able to see because it is in Croatia, it is not just about energy indicators. It is not just about water saving, because we also have a monitor water consumption in public buildings. One important benefit of this management system was also the fact that specific data were very useful for municipalities, for counties, for definition of some other indicators that they have been used on daily basis. I would like to say that, yes, digitalization is important, but without education of all layers, which means energy efficient teams or staff in counties, buildings, national institution, investment departments, layer of building managers, employees, we would never be able to secure proper result, and also we would never be able to secure proper digitalization. This was one of very important communication channels for us, especially for citizens, and also the fact that we had all over the Croatia info points where people can come and ask everything which is linked with energy efficiency. So again, we have used online platform to communicate with people. So we are not able to avoid nowadays digitalization in various aspects, as I have already stressed out. So what I would like to conclude, because my time is getting quite short, first of all, during this project realization, we found out that digitalization is a very important driver, especially for energy transition, and we can all agree that various layers of societies are already affected by energy digitalization. On the other side, yes, digitalization will create collaboration opportunities, networking between academic and national institutions. I can say that one important benefit of our project was over 150 educated people, professionals, who are nowadays sitting in various national institutions that have specific knowledges. And without this close collaboration between academia, between national institutions, in order to understand what are the needs, how we can respond to those needs as research community, we would never be able to achieve this goal. Finally, also when you have each project has got some critical barriers. We are learning during the project, and we are trying to improve ourselves. First of all, one important problem was lack of sufficient human resources, IT professionals, which is very critical problem. In some cases, we have also lack of investment in IT equipment. And finally, one important thing is education. Education in all layers, in order for people to understand what are the capabilities of digital technologies, what we can use and how we can use those technologies. Finally, I would like to conclude this, my presentation, with thought that we need and we seek for more intense collaboration between academic and national institution, which means that academic institutions should better understand what are the needs and how to respond in those needs in order to secure efficient digitalization in various life aspects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Nizetic. You gave us a very specific project that it is very crucial for the successful transition of how government and especially the national institutions and the academia is working. This can be also a very good best case study for us and for all the Balkans. I think that we have the time at the end of this session to have some specific questions from the people. So let's move on. Τώρα θα ήθελα να σας παρουσιάσω τον κύριο Ιακωβίδη.
And now I would like to present you Mr. Dimitris Iakovidis. Professor Dimitris Iakovidis is a professor at the University of Thessaly in the Department of Biotechnology, and he will present us his paper on how biotechnology is a very promising sector in Greece, and how we can rely on biotechnology. I would like to speak in English.
With other people that are looking at us. So I would like to present you some of our research and some of our educational opportunities that we have from a model department, an interdisciplinary department of computer science and biomedical informatics of the University of Thessaly. We are a unique department combining different disciplines, and we are located in the center of Greece between Athens and Thessaloniki. We are combining computer science, biology, and medicine. Our department was founded in 2004. It was incorporated in the University of Thessaly in 2013. We have 4 established research laboratories, and we have received an excellent degree in the certification by the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education. We have more than 1,500 students, 300 of them are master students. We have 76 doctoral researchers and 16 postdoctoral researchers. Currently, we have 14 and more funded research projects exceeding 20 million euros. Our faculty members are specialized on contemporary research issues, for example, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, bioinformatics, and many, many other disciplines, as you can see. And it is also very, very important that we have 4 faculty members ranked within 2% of the scientists worldwide in their field of research in our department. And every year we produce more than 50 publications and we receive more than 5,000 citations per year, which is a number that is increasing continuously. I would like to note a novelty in our department. We have gathered all the courses that we do, that we offer. And we have made specializations and we award certificates to the students regarding software and information systems, intelligent systems and robotics, data science and artificial intelligence, network-oriented systems and communication systems, computational biology and bioinformatics, and theoretical computer science and computational mathematics. We have also a Master of Science program on informatics and computational biomedicine, receiving students yearly. And I would like to highlight our Doctor of Philosophy program, which has challenging topics that are available currently, and throughout the year we can collaborate with interested parties to participate with scholarships available from various EU and national projects. Our 4 departments is the Biomedical Imaging Department, in which I'm a director. We are working on intelligent signal and image processing and graphics, decision support systems, computational modeling and simulation, robotics. There are also other laboratories, for example, Intelligent Computational Systems Lab, with focusing on machine learning, especially on embedded systems, big data analytics. Molecular biology, computational biology and genetics with bioinformatics, molecular biology, genetic epidemiology, telecommunications, all the state-of-the-art research topics in 4 laboratories, complementary with each other and collaborating with each other to attract funding and to work towards novel directions in research. During the last 2 or 3 years, we have managed to gather important equipment from large 3D printers to robots to sensors, biosensors, augmented reality, virtual reality equipment, DNA sequencing, telecommunication equipment, etc. But more importantly, we are developing 2 computing clusters, high-performance computer clusters, with having approximately 200,000 GPU cores, that is graphic processing unit cores. And also this similar infrastructure is developed in the Intelligent Computational Systems Lab. By the end of 2022, we will have 400,000 GPU cores, which makes us leaders in the field of deep learning, being able to run deep learning experiments or being able to do digital twin simulations, which are very computationally intensive. We hope that this will attract collaboration from Balkans, and not only Balkans, from all over the world. I will show you some indicative current projects and outcomes in our department. We are working on artificial intelligence with fast artificial intelligence models capable of explaining why we have here, let me introduce you to the specific application. We are doing medical decision support. What is medical decision support? Is to have applications that help physicians not to make mistakes. How do they do this? We give them the system gives them some information, some feedback, about what he sees, and also provide some explanations, unlike other applications of this kind. We provide explanations on why this, for example, tumor is abnormal or not. We also produce images that are synthetic, and not only images, but also synthetic signals. Why is this important to produce synthetic images? It is important to cope, for example, with the problem of sharing medical data, which have too many ethics that are difficult to cope with and require ethical approvals, etc. So instead of using real data, you can produce similar data and bypass the issues of ethics, for example. And this could also be used for training machine learning algorithms and also physicians. I can show you a digital twin applications that we are developing. We are developing an artificial, a virtual gastrointestinal tract where we can test medical devices and pharmaceutical substances in the future. So we start from the reconstruction of the gastrointestinal tract from CT images. And we apply some multiphysics modeling the tissues, how the tissues interact with devices, and also we provide some visualization capabilities. For example, this one is not a real intestine, it is a fake one. It is a simulation where you can travel within the gastrointestinal tract having a virtual reality and augmented reality system. And this can be used also to test, for example, medical devices identifying tumors within the gastrointestinal tract or for the education of the clinicians. We have other also activities, research activities. For example, okay. I was going fast because we have only 10 minutes and I have to show you several applications that are very interesting.
We have time, so
thank you.
Don't hurry.
So we have currently a project called Smart Tourist, which is very important. It covers different areas of tourism with the center health and sports and adventure tourism. Why are we working on tourism? Because many tourists are interested in medical tourism, coming to different countries, and they are interested in taking some healthcare in these countries. And if we offer all these applications that I showed you, we are becoming more attractive for medical tourism. Also, health tourism is important for people that would like to do some rehabilitation, would like to do some wellness tourism. And we're developing a platform where we can monitor all the parameters of massive monitoring of parameters into a large scale, and being able to provide personalized feedback to each of the people that participate in the program. So we provide some virtual coaching and improve their health this way. Along with the health tourism, we are working on cultural and religious tourism, because someone that comes for medical tourism and health tourism would like to also visit other places and see the civilization of the places. So we are developing artificial intelligence applications inspired by the biomedical domain that we are working on, as for example the one that you see in this slide. You can see the reconstruction of a cultural heritage object with a similar algorithm that we have developed for the reconstruction of the gastrointestinal tract that we showed you earlier. And other applications, for example, making statues go alive and tell their stories, and make some impressive storytelling applications for cultural heritage. We also develop assistive systems, for example, a system for visually impaired. You can see here a person wearing this system, which has a camera, and on the down right point of the screen, you can see what the camera sees. So it gives directions to the visually impaired person in order to bypass the obstacles. A novel project that we are working on right now is just started. It's a robotic ship where we're trying to cope with bacterial and viral infections within cruise ships. And we have found, our idea is to add robotic mechanisms where different compartments of the ship could be automatically, for example, blocked and limit the spread of the disease within the ship. This is a big project, 6.5 million euro, coordinated by the American Bureau of Shipping. Besides what we do in our laboratory, I would like to point out that the other laboratories have a very significant work. For example, lately, a colleague of mine in our department discovered a protein responsible for cancer growth, in collaboration, of course, with several other institutes worldwide. We are also working on bioinformatics for food research and agriculture, several projects for olives, for Chios mastic, for beer. These are bioinformatics tools. And we also have projects that are more generic, more focused in the core area of computer science. For example, clustering application, data mining and big data, and also serious games. So what's next? Our goal is continuous improvement of the quality of our research, focusing on interdisciplinary research and solutions of high social impact. We would like to develop novel, competent master programs in collaboration with industries and other academic entities, not necessarily located in Greece. And our laboratory is to strengthen their bonds with the industrial sector. We are in the position now to discuss about developing spin-off companies for exploitation of the results of our projects. So let's team up for a better future in the Balkans and further.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iakovidis. You have done great work in the university, so this academic research is going to be addressed to the real production. It's very nice this. Thank you so much that you gave us the opportunity to realize how bioindustry is working, bioacademic and bioinformatics industry in Greece. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Θα ήθελα παρακαλώ τώρα το λόγο να δώσω στον κύριο Παναγιώτη Κετικίδη.
Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Panagiotis Ketikidis. He is a professor at the City College and he's also a representative of the Business Angels Network here in Greece. Mr. Ketikidis, you have the floor. Let's sum up what has been heard up to now.
Μόλις βάλανε το τελευταίο μου slide, άρα τελείω.
This is my last slide, you can see, so thank you. Have a nice afternoon. Could we please pass to my first slide? Okay, there we are. I would like to thank Mr. Papadopoulos, the ministry, your whole team, and Mr. Ignatiadis for inviting me to this panel. Since I am the last speaker, I tried to sum everything up. We had business, industry, we had government, and academia. So this is the so-called triple helix. There is also the quadruple helix, which is the society included. We do all this for the sake of society, otherwise we wouldn't exist. I agree with the previous speaker who said that human beings are the most important thing. And we shouldn't have only business to business or business to consumer, but we must have human to human. This is what you should take as a takeaway lesson when you go home. I am the vice president of University of York, chairperson of SERP. I'm the president of the Triple Helix Association. I'm also a business angel. I'm a private investor, investing mainly in startups. I was in the States for a lot of years, and the Americans say when something doesn't exist, you create marketing. So I try to create the mentality of business investors because it didn't exist in Greece. What shall I try to do in my presentation? I'm a digital transformation. You're not the last speaker, Mr. Kitikidis. There is also a representative of Mr. Mahmoud. So I would like to give a definition of digital transformation, then to have a look at the problems in order to be able to solve them, and then how are we going to create a region, a knowledge-intensive region. We should have a bottom-up approach. I will talk about the university business collaborations really fast because I've got only 10 minutes. And the case of CERC, of our research center, and the key takeaway. On this slide, you can see that if we want technology to reach 100 million users, it needed 78 years in order to achieve that. So now, what do I want to say with this? Speeds are very fast. This is digital transformation. Here you can see the emerging technologies, the 8 essential ones: Internet of Things, AI. You can add as many as you like. This slide is food for thought. On the one hand, we should move on to digital transformation really fast because speed is important as well, not only being innovative. This is a nice slide that shows what is smart and what is specialization. All the regions talk about smart specialization. Smart is place evidence. What is the wealth that we have in the region of Central Macedonia? And we must have a bottom-up structure. We start with the needs of the society, and then the university produces knowledge, and business come to make it commercialized. In specialization, we must have some priority setting. Once in our region, we used to have textile, but we had the knowledge of that. Did we take advantage of that? If we combine textile and ICT, can we manufacture smart T-shirts? So we should try to see how we can gather all these people together because knowledge is there. This is a definition of digital transformation. We try to move from application to systems. Real and virtual worlds merge. Something very important is that digital transformation is not technology, it's not supply chain. It is mainly some other things we're going to talk about. At some point, our minister, Mr. Kalafatis, talked about the Bible, the transformation Bible that we have in Greece. It is 350 pages. You can visit gov.gr to read it if you like. Here you can see the 4 steps of digital transformation. The first one to have a digital strategy. The second one is structure and culture. The third one is training and procedures. And the fourth one is technology. And we always conclude with assessment and evaluation. If I ask you here, who is interested in technology? 3 of you might raise your hands. But if I tell you, let's go and do it, everybody will take our hands down. Why? Because we don't like changing. We are fine with what we have been doing in the private or public sector. So change is extremely important. I'm a technocrat. As well, I have my master's degree in health, in hospital information in the States. So the agents of change. First of all, we have technology. We have internal, external pressure and schedule changes. I remember when barcodes came, they said no one will use it, but then when they saw that they had no option, everybody started using them. How do we create a knowledge-intensive region? Some said that we can't have innovation without cooperation. When I finish my presentation, please come and tell me that you disagree. You might convince me. But I strongly believe that without cooperation, we can't have innovation. That's a key lesson. And quadruple helix means cooperation and trust. Cooperation and trust are extremely important. We have started doing that during this fourth Balkan Forum, and we should continue it with the rest. In the rationale of triple and quadruple helix, we include all these things, all these components that work together in order to have the desired result, which is to give back to the society, each one from our own standpoint. This is the well-known Dublin Declaration of Innovation. This also refers to quadruple helix innovation among citizens, businesses, universities, and governments. Why is the government included? Because governments play the coordinating role. He is the conductor, the state. The industry produces knowledge, and the industry comes to commercialize it with mutual respect, of course, one to the other. The quadruple helix here model. I won't go through all this, but you can see what universities can do, what businesses can do, and what the state, the government can do, and why we should do all this, and what we should do for the civil society. Here you can see what will be the benefit for everyone. The benefit for our university students, for businesses, for civil society, for universities and research institutions, and the benefit for academia. Because there is a debate here. Some people claim that professors write their PhD thesis for their own sake. But university professors say that they should be read accordingly. At City College, we created and founded in 2003 CERC. This is a research center, the Southeast European Research Center. And we use the quadruple helix. How did we achieve that? We brought people from universities, that is, rectors from universities from Bulgaria, Romania, from the industry, from the chambers of commerce from these countries. We listened to what they told us, and we organized our curricula. Then PhD students came. We gave them themes to analyze in order to solve the problems that existed. In this research center, we try to build up building capacity in the area of the Balkans. How can we achieve that? We have some research tracks. This is the president, who is Lord Bess from the UK. This is the International Advisory Board. How can we achieve that? We can achieve it through research, networking, what we're doing today. We organize a lot of workshops, conferences, and publishing as well. Not only here, but also in other countries. and through our doctoral programs, where students from Albania, North Macedonia, Romania come here to carry out their PhD thesis. Right now, we are running 27 European Union research programs. One of these is related to what we've been talking about. This is the Western Balkan countries responsible research and innovation. We have thought at some point that we shouldn't only carry out research, but we should carry out responsible research and responsible innovation in order to be sustainable. That's the rationale that rules and governs this program based on quadruple helix. This is in Serbia. We talk about open access. In Montenegro is public engagement and cities participation. In Albania, environmental sustainability and public engagement. In North Macedonia, STEM education and gender equality. In Serbia, it's open access with a focus on ICT and health. And you can enter the website and see if you can adapt them. Another project is facilitating ICT research and West Balkan countries' participation to EU framework. We also have the ICT COSEO, which includes Kosovo, that didn't have strong universities, so we help them to set up their own PhD program. Some of the things that we do are the following. We try to promote entrepreneurship. These are the programs that we have implemented, like VIPE, creation of Balkan Belgium Forum. We bring investors like Mr. Iacovidis and his ideas, and we try to see whether we can invest in that. You do have the program, but if you leave it in the library, nothing can be done. So you come here and we discuss whether we can commercialize it, and investors come and finance it. We also have the responsible research and innovation startup, because we want to have responsible entrepreneurs. That is very important. This is the Rise Start program. We have the ICBA program, which stands for Intelligent Cross-Border Accelerator for Innovative ICT-enabled startups between Greece and North Macedonia, and another program about open access, training culture and entrepreneurship. Everybody asks us, what is the impact of all this? There is an impact on Thessaloniki, on Southeastern Europe and the European Union as well. I won't go through all these. I don't want to take much of your time, Mr. Ignatiadis, but you can see in practice how this quadruple helix is implemented. Here you can see the businesses, universities and government bodies that are contacted with our program, and we have co-organized summer schools and programs. The takeaway lesson is what you see on the slide. In order to have competitive countries and regions, what is needed is innovation. Innovation needs cooperation and partnership. Knowledge is the basic prerequisite that will give all these. We want universities and businesses to start working together. We want universities to listen to the view of businesses about what kind of curricula they should develop. Finally, quadruple helix is the roots of these three, so that we can develop and have develop networking and partnerships in order to develop technological ecosystems in the Balkans, in order to promote sustainable growth. Thank you, Mr. Kitikidis, for giving us an overall idea how triple helix, that is a cooperation among business people government and universities and the quadruple helix, including society, can be to the benefit of all of them. Thank you, Mr. Ketikidis. We might have some questions for you at the end of the session. I'd like now to call to the floor the last speaker for this session.
Professor Lorendi from University of Constanza. You have the floor, please. Thank you so much to be with us today.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having us. Unfortunately, Professor Mahmoud was not able to attend. That's why he asked me if I could participate. He's traveling, and at this moment, I think he's taking the flight. Today, I would like to present I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, yes, of course.
Yes, okay. So a platform, an IT platform, which was developed within the University of Constanza. It was outcome of a project called Portis, financed by Civitas, and which had the objectives of developing mobility solutions for the city port areas from Europe. So we had partners from Romania, us and the local consortium, from Belgium, Italy, Lithuania, UK, and from China. Actually, the evaluation of the project was from China. The local consortium was led by the Constanța municipality. And as measures, we had the implementation of the SAMP strategy for the Constanța area, for the Constanța metropolitan area, improvement of space for walking and cycling, reducing car dependency for port workers, but also for the entire area of the city, virtual e-mobility, the connection to the TEN-T networks, and the possibility to develop electric transport lines within the city, along with the charging stations. The context of this project was because, as you see here in Romania, so we have the highest fatality for pedestrians and bicycles. Also, there are for motorcycles, but these two are the most important because people are starting to walk more and to use their bicycles more, and there we have the biggest issue from EU. At the same time, as you can see here, we have a map of GDP, and here you see where it's very low and also most polluted, mostly in the eastern part of Europe. So we needed to make also analysis of the pollution and its impact. This one is in Romanian, is from a newspaper. In Constanța, the old city of Constanța is the most problematic one because you have narrow streets where you have pedestrians, you have cars, and also you have restaurants, and the restaurant owners are always in opposition of closing the area and making it only a pedestrian area. So even at this moment, they are still fighting in court. It was a regulation to close the area, and then they dismantled it. Within this project, it was developed a decision support system, an IT platform, in order to have a problem. The platform was actually developed for the authorities, the experts, and of course for the tourists. But for the authorities and experts, this platform allows a problem definition and going through all the steps of functional analysis, generation of possible solution, evaluation, advanced evaluation tools to find the solution of the problem. This was used actually to implement several measures within the city. How it's working? So everything was put in one place. It's actually one server which is collecting the data from all the other servers, and it's collecting traffic data and pollution data, analyzing the data, and then introducing them to PTV Visum. It's an application for city traffic. And then from this application, you have the results, and then you go ahead, and then you make other analysis based on this data, pollution analysis, intersection analysis, optimization of traffic lights, and so on. For the big data tools, we use the Fireware and Fireware Knowledge and Jupyter in order to find patterns in the traffic, because we have some the city of Constanța and Mamaia Resort, they are very well connected, and we have major concerts here, and all the time during the summer the police is closing the streets, so we needed to check, to evaluate and to estimate when what this will generate within the entire area of the city and the entrances to the metropolitan area. As I said, we have traffic data analysis, pollution, modeling, decision support, scenario building, sensitivity analysis. We inputted also the bus lines. Also, we have made some tests for the electric bus lines, points of interest for tourists, feedback from everybody, also from citizens, tourists, and of course the evaluation after the implementation of measures. So the platform decision support platform, Portis decision support platform, it's a server which is connected to the Fireware server and the PTV Visum server. It's also using sensors from the traffic, from buses, for example. Within this project, the consortium helped the municipality to purchase new buses, which are integrated with all kinds of sensors, people counter, weight, GPS, internet, and so on, and to gather information from the traffic. Also sensors from cameras, traffic cameras, inductive sensors from inserted into the asphalt, and so on. And of course, to extract the data whenever was possible from Google Maps, Waze, and other such applications. So this was what we wanted at first. The municipality is already conducting surveys in order to implement a city management system, so also including traffic and other aspects, but we helped just a little bit. We used a lot of Internet of Things sensors and transfer of data. We used the ThingWorks, but also we used locally LoRa system in order to make tests and to try to minimize the transfer of data between the sensors and the data center from the server. So the ThingWorks platform, it's straightforward. You have the sensor, you connect them to the ThinkWorks platform, you define already existing APIs, and then you can use them directly or send them to another database application or and so on. Of course, we try to develop a data robot, the Tommy bot, as we said, but he needs to learn, so it's a work under development. Also, we made surveys, video surveys with drones and street video cameras and traffic cameras and so on. We have now an algorithm for detecting the cars and their path, and based on this, we can add gates and create the origin matrix, origin destination matrix. For the pollution part, we had Visum, PTV Visum, which is generating traffic connected pollutants. Also ADMS Urban, which is generating dispersion maps for large areas. But we also needed to check to validate the models, and that's why the municipality purchased a mobile laboratory for the detection of these pollution parameters.
Professor Ancea, you have 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, okay.
Okay.
Which was deployed all over the city, and based on this, we had the model validated. So this is the web page. I will go very fast. So the interface there are some information for the tourists, so bicycles and public transport, also some 360 degrees pictures. You can have, if you want to go from one place to the other, but at the same time to have also information about where you are and how to get to the next bus station, or how to take a taxi or something. Another tool which was developed for the bus company for rerouting the buses in case of closed roads. This was the Fireware and Jupyter analysis. So the prediction based on the existing data, the prediction for the future, the analysis of the peninsular area. This was made in Visum for the Never See Festival, when this entire area is closed. So we generated some maps, and this was the analysis for the SUMP, Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, for which about a month and a half we gathered data on the street. So we had these questionnaires, and about 30 people going on the street door to door and filling a questionnaire in order to develop the origin destination matrix, the interviews with the police. And the next step is the acquisition of the Ovidius Cyber Cloud, which is ongoing, and we hope by next year, the beginning of next year, it will be completed, a data center for processing information and connecting to the national infrastructure grid and European infrastructure grids, in order to have to share processing and storage capacity, and also to use their storage and processing capacity. So
I would like to thank you very much for this excellent project. The time is ended, so let's move on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Θα ήθελα παρακαλώ, δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε κάποιες ερωτήσεις.
Are there any questions? Because we're running out of time, but what I would like you to keep in mind at the end is that the model... Oh, you've got a question to ask, please. You have the floor. Ioannis Stoulis, a question to Mr. Katsikas about cybersecurity. In the presentations, it was mentioned that we have various systems that vary concerning how advanced or latent they might be. We also have differences in literacy of these systems and how much literate users are in using these systems. My question is the following: how can we use a single, unified, integrated system that can face and tackle cyber threats, overcoming the difficulties and problems that we have with technology and human support, especially now after the Internet of Things introduction, that also have a different degree of advancement. And a comment about what a slide that Mr. Kitikidis showed. How much time did it take for some technologies to reach a number of clients? 75 years it was needed for the mobile phones. Please, we are running out of time. The moderator intervenes. So have you taken into account that the internet was based on the telephone infrastructure in order to reach specific clients at a specific amount of money, and then Facebook needed less time? Can I answer your question? Because Mr. Kitikidis can also. I think your question is a rhetorical question. What Mr. Kitikidis wanted to show is that in the past, we had technologies that needed some years in order to reach the customer's level, but now things are much faster. That was a slide. I don't want to enter more in that, because I don't know, Mr. Kitikidis, you want to add something, but because we have Mr. Katsikas from Norway who will answer first. I think we have covered Mr. Kitikidis' question. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Katsikas, to Professor Katsikas from Norway. It was a long question. I don't know how you can adjust that. Thank you for your question, Mr. Toulis. Mr. Toulis, in fact, mentioned three of the problems that we have when we talk about the cybersecurity in industrial digital transformation. There are many more. These are the most known ones, not the most important ones, however. So the question was, in what way can we tackle all this? The answer is a semester course that I give at university about the cybersecurity of industrial systems. So it is obvious that I cannot give you a complete answer in just a few seconds here. But very shortly, I could tell you that security in general, it's not a product, it's a whole process and procedure. And the procedure and the process that we follow in order to ensure such a system in fact, is what the National Institute of Technology suggests in order to improve cybersecurity for critical infrastructures. At first, this was made for critical infrastructure, but it has prevailed elsewhere nowadays. If Mr. Toulis or anyone else would like more information about that, I'm at your disposal. You can always contact me to have a further discussion. Thank you, Professor. Your contribution is significant because you provided us a model that is used in such an advanced country as Norway is. And this model is used in Norway concerning cybersecurity at all levels. That is the end of my session. I would like to thank all of you, and I'd like to give to the floor our Deputy Minister, Mr. Stavros Kalafatis, in order to conclude the Balkan Forum. You're having the floor, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly thank all of you who participated in this transnational forum on the digital transformation, networking, collaborations and convergences in the Balkans. You presented experiences, you talked about best practices, and you gave us information so much needed. You shared with us ideas, thoughts and proposals. You presented a picture of how the world has changed rapidly, and you showed how urgent it is to move in this world, both the public and the private sector. So that tomorrow no one will be plunged in digital poverty. I believe that we have all agreed that interoperability is a necessary precondition for accelerating digital transformation of EU of European countries, especially the Balkan countries, due to their mutually dependent economies. They have a further reason to move side by side along this path. We want to share the know-how with our neighbors so that the development and growth in our neighborhood will be even stronger and even more positive. I believe that we all agree that bodies and agencies and organizations can work better on technological issues, on finding specialized technological tools, in interoperability, in educating and training of staff. We all agree that the role of local authorities is very important. It is very positive the fact that local authorities played a leading role by turning urban cities and urban centers into smart cities. And of course, Balkan cities have more room to develop and evolve in order to become smarter and more resilient. I believe that we all agree that the agencies of local authorities and of central administration can and should use the experience of the scientific sector. It is a fact that the scientific community is a fundamental pillar, a main factor for the production and dissemination of new knowledge on the path, on the track to digital transformation. Young people, the academia can help us. Research and innovation are of vital importance if we want to digitally transform Balkan countries. We all agree that the innovations that are already being held change the overall productive model and create new opportunities at international level. The challenge to design towards this direction is of strategic importance for each country, for the broader region, for Southeastern Europe. We all agreed that on the road for the day after, the role of SMEs and industries is extremely important. We do have the capability to include technologies of digital transformation within businesses at a faster pace. we agree that we need and we can do many more things together. We should think again of the user of digital services to take into account the disabled, to take into consideration of applications that could be used by people that have low digital skills to provide the better possible digital services. Regional development relies on digital transformation. There is the framework and the funding possibilities by EU for implementing these partnerships. The good examples mentioned during the forum should become the starting point towards this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges that we have all been going through justify our choice to replace Thessaloniki, Macedonia and Thrace on the map of the future, on the map of tomorrow. We wide open our doors to the people coming here. Here in the city of Thessaloniki, we are planning to carry out more than 30 projects by 2030. The Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, ensures us that there are many more things that we can do for our neighborhood. Whatever we want for us, we want it for our neighbors. We are certain and we are optimists for the whole Balkan neighborhood because it is our own neighborhood. We would like to thank all those who participated in the 4th Balkan Forum. The way is open for the 5th Balkan Forum. The topic that I am suggesting could be sustainable tourism challenges for the Balkans. This is a challenge and invitation in order to find new fields of cooperation, new synergies. The sector of Macedonia and Thrace from the Ministry of Interior has been trying to implement these synergies. We have already been doing that with the new border crossing at Lemos that will give the opportunity to tourists from Europe to visit two regions in 2 Balkan countries very fast and easily. This is how we will find new partnerships. This is what Europe wants from the Balkans. Good neighborly relationships, extending hand of cooperation in order to shape our common future together. Thank you.